Let's get started. Hi guys, welcome to Zero to Hero Security class. This is Piotr speaking, and this is week number 12. Can you guys give me a feedback in the chat that you hear me well? You're receiving me? Okay, great. Okay, so that's week 12, and today we're gonna continue talking about Cisco ISE. Specifically, I would like to focus on three things. First one, I would like to tell you a little bit about the configuration of a switch for 802.1x. Switch config for 802.1x. Then we're gonna talk about MAB, MAC Authentication Bypass. Then we'll talk about user and machine authentication, why this is so important to authenticate both. And even more important that you can relate those two things from each other. So they are related. So a user cannot authenticate from a machine that couldn't authenticate it. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, I forgot to share my whiteboard. Yeah, thanks, sorry guys. I wanted to jump into the topic straight away. Too fast, so yeah, obviously I'm sharing my whiteboard now. Okay. Yeah, so because we want to make those two things related to each other, we need to think about what are the possibilities to do so. There are two of ways to make that relation. One is called machine access restriction, MAR. Another is called IP chaining. And we're gonna be configuring IP chaining, but IP chaining is only supported by Cisco AnyConnect. AnyConnect NAM, obviously, not the VPN, right? But the Network Access Manager, the supplicant from Cisco. So we will make that opportunity to install AnyConnect NAM and use it to provide IP chaining. Then my plan is to switch the topic a little bit and go to the guest access. Right? We're gonna do this talking about the most common scenario for guest, which is the wireless. And the next thing, the last thing, if time allows us today, is going to be the posture check. But the most common scenario for posture check is the VPN. So we're gonna use the VPN setup. We authenticate VPN user with ISE and actually with the Active Directory too. And then we're gonna use ISE for posture check of that remote host. Right, so a lot of stuff today to be covered. I hope everything will be working smoothly in the lab and will not waste time, troubleshooting too many things. So that's the plan. Also, I know that I owe you guys to put some tasks for ISE and basically install the ISE server in your pods. I will do that tomorrow because I was teaching the whole week and was really busy to do so. So I need to clone like 30 ISE machines to your pods, start them up, and then I will give you some tasks to do. But I would need to know from you who is interested in doing .1x, because we are using for our topologies, we are using or to handle all the pods that we have in the class, we have a couple of servers, and there is a limit of switches per server. So I need to know from you guys who will be interested in doing .1x, okay? Because you can do posture without any switch, right? The posture is in the VPN. We have ASAs, no problem with that. But the problem is with wireless and wired. That's limited per server, actually, not per pod. So if you tell me who is interested, actually, I will do that on the Slack. Okay, I will give you. I will create a new channel specifically for ICE, and I will ask you over this channel. So you will everybody who will post a message in this channel saying that I'm interested. I will give you a pod, assign you a switch, actually, not the pod. You have that pod already assigned. Okay, so tomorrow I will schedule all that stuff and do that. So yeah, because that's usually the some people in the class that are not interested in that topic. So I don't want to waste time and resources to build the switching lab for those guys, right? So only those guys who are interested in, or those of you who are interested of that topic, uh, I will give you the switch and the wireless access, so you can test that out. Okay. Um, so let's move on and talk about switch, right? Switch config. So as we started talking last week about it, let me share my web browser here. I was suggesting to get and grab this universal switch configuration for Cisco ISE document. It's very comprehensive document for a basic switch configuration. Everything is here. It's really recommended to read it and take a look. I would like to spend some time talking about it. What is important, what is less important. Okay. Obviously, some of those things are optional, marked optional in that PDF. So it's already not really that important. But I would like to tell you what is really important, what is not really important, and also I will share with you the minimum config that we need to put on a device to make that work. Okay. So the first thing is the first section of that document is the global config of the switch, right? So it's obviously a good practice to put IP domain on a switch, not really related to .1x or that stuff. So I would say that this is optional as well, but this is a good practice. Next is the test user that we can use to test the radius server. So instead of just relying on if the server is replying to us or not during the authentication, we can proactively uh, ask the server if the authentication is okay for that user. So we just create a regular test user, normal user on the switch, and then use it as a test user for AAA server. But as I said last week, because there was a question in chat about it, I don't like this simply because it's messy. It's generating some additional logs on ICE, and that's getting annoying. But ICE is built this way so that it is suppressing some logs. by default. Okay, so it shouldn't be that bad. Even if you have that user, potentially you will see some authentication by that user done by that user every maybe 60 minutes, 1 hour. Okay, and this is actually the one thing that I recommend to disable at the in the lab, and also in the very first deployment. I mean this log suppression. And let me show you the lab so you'll see what I'm talking about and where to change it. Um, this? Oh, here. Okay, that's my lab, and I go. Oh, no, this Chrome didn't work well, so let's use Firefox for that. Okay, so that's really something something confusing when you go to the radius live logs, for example, right? And you see those logs. Let me show them for 30 minutes. I don't see that. Anyways, notice that I have a log about creating a session for my user after successful authentication, right? So this is a blue icon, but notice that there is a repeat count column. That means that when this user is repeating the successful authentication, okay, there will be no separate entry for that event in this log. Instead, there will be the repeat counter increased by 1. Okay, so the successful authentications are suppressed. I think, if I remember correctly, the 60 minutes is the interval. So every 60 minutes, you will see something new in the log eventually. And the same is true for failed authentications. And that's really something that might be confusing, especially when you are deploying ISE for the first time. You're doing some testing, and your client is constantly failing, and you don't see new entries in that log for that client. And you said to yourself, okay, what's going on? So is it maybe the packet is not reaching ISE, or something's wrong here? Because I don't see anything in the log, and my client is failing. I flapping the interface on the switch, I'm flapping the interface on a Windows box, and it's still failing, but it's not showing me anything here. The only thing that can indicate this are those counters on the top of the log, like misconfigured supplicants, network device, radius drops. Okay, so if something is failing, one of these numbers will increase, these counters. Okay, depending on what's going on. And you can click in that counter and see what logs are causing this constantly. And what I'm recommending for the first deployment, or at least for for testing, is to disable this suppression. And you can do that in two ways. You can temporarily disable log suppression by clicking your not clicking the endpoint ID, but the endpoint next to the endpoint ID. You will see this pointer here. If you click that, there is a bypass suppression filtering for 1 hour. That's fine. That's really good, but it's really good when you see it in the log. But if you don't see it in the log, what to do with that, right? So that's why I recommend to disable this at all on the for everybody, at least for the first deployment, and when everything is going well and works fine, then you can go back and re-enable that feature. Where you can disable that, it's under the administration. Okay, I believe it's under the settings, but I will need to check that. Under the protocols and the radius, I believe. Oh, here we go. See, there is a suppress repeated failed clients, and by default, this option is selected, which means suppress repeated failed clients. If you detect 2 failures within 5 minutes, okay, the failure will be reported every 15 minutes. So you will eventually see every 15 minutes some log, failure log, okay, or failure entry in the log. So if you disable that, there's gonna be a message saying that, okay, you can disable that, but if you do that, that might increase the load on the system, because now the system must log everything. Okay, but that's fine if you know about it. And same thing is for repeated successful authentications. So you need to uncheck it to see everything that you want to see that is happening. Okay, then you'll see every single attempt, authentication attempt. Doesn't matter if it's failing or it's successful. Okay, so same is true for this test user. If you create that test user and you will be testing your radius, right? Every time you're gonna be, those logs will be suppressed as well. So that's not, that shouldn't bother you that much. Okay. But if you have, multiple devices that are doing this, like you have 1,000 switches and 1,000 switches is using some radius test user, that might be a big number of events, amount of events in the log. That's why I don't really like this option. Okay, next thing is the optional thing is to generate keys. Obviously, that's a good practice to generate keys. The first thing that is really needed for .1x is to enable AAA new model on a switch, and then to enable AAA authentication for .1x with a default method and the name of a group ISE servers or PSNs. Okay. Then you do AAA authorization network. It must be enabled because this will allow switch to apply DACL to the port or to apply a VLAN to the port. You need to authorize to the network. Okay. Accounting, it's also good practice to send the accounting information, because even if you're based on the accounting information, ISE can know about someone who is no longer connected. So for example, someone closed the lid in the laptop and the network went down. I mean, the switch port when this laptop was connected to went down. Then the accounting message will tell ISE that this guy is no longer available. This guy's session is basically terminated. Okay? Because closing the lid will never send anything like .1x logoff or something like this. Okay, so the accounting is quite important if you want to make or let ISE know about the session termination by the user. Okay, that's a good practice for accounting info. Next thing, that's very important. This is the dynamic authorization, or COA, change of authorization. Remember, if you have a session, let me go back here. You have that session. So I will go to live sessions instead of this live log, right? I have show COA actions. If I click on that, I have session reauthentication, session termination. If I click this, this is gonna send COA radius change of authorization back to the switch, and then switch will start or flap the or bounce the port, right, to or cause the reauthentication, or just terminate, which means the port will be shut down on the switch. Okay? So in order to accept that message, switch must be configured, okay, as with a need to be ready to handle that message. So we need to create a client to that switch. So basically the client, notice the client is the ISE IP address. So the ISE is the client, switch is the server in this case. And so it's the opposite direction. So we need to configure that with a key. Usually the key is exactly the same as the radius key that we configure. Okay, the next one is the basically that I suppose it's a default anyway. That's optional, so let's move on. That's optional. .1x system of control. That's a global config command to enable .1x globally on a switch. Very important one, because that's gonna enable .1x on the whole box. Okay, will not start any authentication yet, okay, because we need to enable that per port anyway, but it must be entered in order to start the daemon for .1x on the switch. Okay, the next one, optional. Okay, next, this one, IP device tracking. Very important one. We talked about this last week. Remember, based on the device tracking, we know what is the IP address connected to that switch port. And then when it comes to the DACL to be applied to the port, the source any in the source IP in this access list will be swapped with the IP that we got from the device tracking. So device tracking is the separate feature, but must be enabled in order to successfully apply a DACL on a port. Okay. Plus, optionally, some tuning of IP device tracking. Then obviously we need to have VLANs, maybe SVI, maybe the helper address for DHCP. That's not related to the ISE, but we need to have it. Right, so HTTP server, not really important here. Only important when we use something called local web authentication, LWA, which is not common today, which is basically the way to, especially for guest access, to redirect the client to the web server, which is hosted on the switch. Right. So then the switch must have HTTP server enabled. This is not really something a good and recommended and not secure, because that HTTP server is not really good. So I would not use it at all. In case multiple hosts does okay, yeah. So yeah, you will have multiple IP addresses on the switch, right? But notice that there is more information. It's the it's the interface, IP address, and the MAC address. So even if you have 3 hosts connected to one port, then you're gonna have 3 different MAC addresses and 3 different IP addresses, and then you can apply different access lists and combine those access lists together if you need that. Okay, Ronaldo said that it's not really working in his lab. Yeah, you should have, if you do show IP access list interface and the name of the interface, you should see that the IP address is there. Is the IP device tracking showing the IP address? If you do show IP device tracking all, okay. Can be, what else? Might be related to, I don't know, switch software or something like that. Yeah, access list is being downloaded. So you see if you do show IP access list, you see the access list. But if you do show IP access list, yeah, it might be. Yeah, might be. Yeah, I saw that in the past that some iOS shows that, some iOS doesn't. You can try with a different iOS version. If you have the latest, try to do that with some older software and check. Sure. Okay, other things are related to the HTTP, then some access lists that may be useful later. Not important now. This is very important. Radio server VSA. It's a vendor specific attribute. We talked about this last week as well, which is important to download or to tell the ISE that we are trying to download the DACL, right? Because otherwise, the ISE will be trying to authenticate our user, because that's the radius access request packet. And in this packet, the username is the DACL name. We don't want to authenticate this name. We want to download this DACL. That's why the switch must add some specific attributes to tell ISE that this is the download of the access list. Also, there are some 3 attributes that are required for ISE here. Some of them are default, especially on the newer switches. Some of them you need to enable. Then we configure the radius server with the IP address. Optionally, this automate tester, the username that we want to use to probe. Obviously, the key that we are using between the client and or the switch and the ISE server. Right? We create then another ISE server. This is pointing to PSN, and then we group them up into the group of servers, and this group is being used in the AAA authentication and authorization config. Okay, optionally some source interface for that, SNMP server, DHCP snooping, that's optional, everything here. Device sensor, we're gonna talk about this later. That's important in case of profiling. So it allows us to grab some or get some information about the endpoint and send them over to ISE from a switch. CDP, that stuff also required for profiling. So all that stuff is actually important for profiling. And that's it for a global config. Now interface level configuration for monitor or low impact mode. First off, we go to the interface and we need to make it access, right? So we cannot run .1x on a trunk. It must be an access port. We apply the VLAN, access VLAN. Optionally, we can apply voice VLAN. I found that sometimes it doesn't work if you didn't apply voice VLAN. If you want to use MDA, that's going to be confusing and for a switch and I mean multi-domain authentication. Then CDP enable, that's optional, but it's actually enabled by default. You can apply a default access list if in case of low impact mode. Both have authentication open command, authentication control direction, that's the default anyway. Authentication event fail, that's the optional, but actually I believe this is a default too. What will happen if we fail authentication? The action is to go to the next method. If we have both .1x and MAB enabled on the same port, this is the default behavior anyway. Right. Then what we're gonna do if the server is dead? Okay, so that's not, shouldn't happen, but even if it happens, then we can put the switch port in a kind of guest VLAN, something like that. So those are the optional things. Authentication host mode, right? The default is the single host. We can change that to multi-auth. I believe this is the most common and the most universal config. Works for everything. What to do if we see more MAC addresses? For example, we have a single host mode and we see second MAC address on the port, then we are going to violate the policy, or the second MAC address is violating the policy. So we can normally the port is going to disable, and by default it should be shut down. Right? We can change that to restrict, which is, I believe, a good option. Restrict means we are not shutting down the port, we are basically restricting another MAC address. We are not allowing the other MAC address to start the authentication. That's also optional. But that's important if you want to give the session timer from the ISE server. So for example, if I go to my switch, show authentication session for interface gig3, notice we have a session timeout not available, right? So we can send from during the authorization the session timeout, for example 1 hour, but this is gonna be ignored by the switch unless we configure this command. Okay? We need to tell the switch to accept this this information from ISE server. Then we can re-authenticate every 1 hour. So the switch is taken care of this way. Okay, what else? MAB, we are enabling MAB support on the port this way. Then the TX period, I'm gonna tell you in a second about this. This is the transmission, how we going to be retransmitting, how often we're going to retransmit the .1x messages to the host. Eventually we time out. And the port fast, that's the obvious thing. And very important, authentication port control auto. That's this is gonna enable .1x on a port, this command. And .1x PAE authenticator. This is I really cannot understand why this command is not the default. You need to put it because the other option here instead of authenticator is supplicant, which means your switch port can be a supplicant, not the authenticator. Remember? So you can, for example, enable .1x between two switches or two devices, or you can yeah, that's the case. Or for example, there is a router connected to that switch, and on the router you have a supplicant, and not supplicant. The router is the authenticator, and you want to authenticate the switch to the router. In this case, then the switch must be the supplicant, not the authenticator. So it's possible this way. That's why we always need to put the authenticator role on the switch port. Okay. For the closed mode, so the ultimate mode that we are going to be in, the very similar configuration, except we don't have authentication open. Everything else is actually the same. And here at the end, we have the whole sample configuration in one piece. And that's a great document. Okay, so on my switch, if I take a look at the running config, first off, what is important is this part, right? So AAA new model, the server group, and the authentication for .1x, authorization for network, accounting. Then obviously the server group, for COA config. That's my client, my ISE server is the client. What else? IP device tracking, that's important. I also have EPM logging. I like this command. This is the command that is giving me this nice kind of debug output when someone is re-authenticating or authenticating. I like this command to be enabled in the when I'm testing. Then later you can disable that if you don't want to. Okay, but in this command gives you this. If I go to switch port to do shut, see EPM policy request authentication access. That's the EPM logging. If you do no shut, because with a reading the chat message, why ISE is considered a client, because in the COA, the ISE is the initiator of the COA packet, and the ISE is the client to the switch in this case. Yeah. Okay, if I'm going to have authentication, let me go to my Windows. See, I have some .1x messages, EPM messages. Those are the messages from the EPM logging, which is very useful to troubleshoot because you see the access list downloaded, you see the IP address that is assigned to the access list, and things like that. How much of processing overhead does ISE add to the switch? Not ISE, but the .1x processing. That's obviously adds something to the overall CPU utilization. It's hard to say, but remember that this is not happening all the time. It may happen once a day or even less. If you do re-authentication, obviously it may happen much often, but normally it's only happening when someone is closing or flapping the interface or closing or restarting the box or something like that. So it's not something that is constantly pushing this switch. It's just yeah. The only thing may be overwhelming a little bit when the switch is restarting and everybody needs to re-authenticate at the same time. But those are clients, so how many ports do we have? Maybe 24, 48 tops. So that's not a big deal anyway. Yep. Sure, no problem. Okay. What else? I was showing you the config here. It was here. So run again. So EPM logging, that was. Then I have here .1x system out of control, which is the important thing to enable .1x globally. Then I have my switch port config. So on the switch port, I have a basic switch port config like VLANs, voice VLAN mode access, and then authentication. I changed the host mode to multi-auth. I have authentication open. I have authentication order and priority. I'm going to talk about this in a moment. I have authentication port control auto, which is basically enabling the .1x. MAB for MAC authentication bypass. Authenticator role for a switch. And I have this TX period that I'm going to tell you in a second. That's related to the map and .1x timeout. Okay, obviously I have some VLANs. I also have HTTP server, but that's not related to the switch. What else? Obviously radius, those attributes. VSA sent authentication, that's also important. And obviously my radius server config. So pretty. So let's take a look at the map now. How does it work and where? Oh, I got that wrong name. Okay, anyways. MAB, that's the MAC authentication bypass. So where to use it? Obviously, we can use it as a replacement for .1x if we cannot use .1x. When we cannot use .1x, when we don't have supplicant on the endpoint, right? So basically, the main case for using MAB is for devices without supplicant. Okay, like printers. IP phones sometimes. Newer IP phones, they all have supplicants, but people sometimes they don't want the supplicant on the IP phone to be enabled. So they still use MAC authentication bypass for that. Some basically unmanaged device. So we cannot manage them at all. Medical device. If you have in a hospital, you have a lot of medical devices that doesn't know about supplicant anything. Or most of the IoT devices, they may not be aware of .1x. Okay. What else? If we want to have a fallback method for .1x. So there might be a case when .1x doesn't work. Most likely that's going to be the failure on the client. That's the software, so everything can happen. Sometimes, .1x supplicant can basically not start and stop responding, doing something like this. Then the map can be a fallback method to authenticate that guy. Also, in a guest situations, when we have a guest, obviously guest will not have any supplicant, or may have supplicant, but not supplicant ready to be talking to our ISE, right? So guest is basically the someone without supplicant. So map is also useful in situations when we have when we want to do passive ID. Passive ID is also using MAC authentication bypass, because that's the way to use authentication, to configure authentication, but without using .1x. So instead we use MAB, and we glue two information together. We glue the user authentication in the Active Directory with the MAB authentication from his endpoint. So basically, in the passive ID, we use map too. So let's take a look how this map works. Let's say we have a printer here connected to a switch port, and we have ISE somewhere here. So as always, we have layer 2 here, layer 3 here, and the printer will be completely silent because it will not have supplicant. Right? Supplicant. So basically this printer, call it printer because from my drawing it may not be seen like a printer. The switch starts the process in this case. It's not always the case. Sometimes we have supplicants, depending on the supplicant. Sometimes supplicant will start, sometimes the switch must first send a message. So that's gonna be IP over LAN - start message, or identity IP identity request message. Okay. So this message is sent by the switch, and then switch waits for 30 seconds by default. Okay. And then by default there are two retransmissions. So the switch will send it again, waits for another 30 seconds, send it again, and waits for another 30 seconds. That equals 90 seconds to eventually to time out the .1x. Okay. What will happen after the .1x timeout? We have a fallback to MAB. Okay. So in this case, the switch will send the username of MAC address. Basically, we'll put the MAC address in the radius username field. Okay, so the problem with this is this timeout, this 30 seconds timeout, because 90 seconds, it's really, really long time, especially for DHCP clients that we have on devices. DHCP client will eventually time out, and will for sure will time out before those 90 seconds pass. So we need to take care of that, and otherwise the DHCP client will assign the address from the automatic addressing scheme, like 169.254, for example. So what we need to do, we need to lower this with the following command: .1x tx, no, timeout, sorry, timeout, tx dash period, for example, 10. That's actually the recommended value, and I should have it here on my switch port. Here we go. .1x timeout tx period. So in this case, we have 10 seconds instead of 30, which equals 30 seconds total timeout. It's usually faster than this, but it all depends on the config. And also, we have another thing that we need to take a look at in case of this behavior. We have authentication order, right? Who's first? So we can have two options. First is .1x. Second is mab, right? That's the default. And actually, I have it here. Order authentication order .1x map. Even if you don't configure this command, this is gonna be the default. Okay? But also we have something called authentication priority, and that's really confusing. What's going on here? So what's the difference between authentication order and authentication priority? The difference is that my default config, let's take a look at this. So my default config is this, right? .1x and map, .1x and map. But I can configure it, example, priority. Okay, I'm thinking out loud how to tell you that in the simple or simplest words I can. Basically, the priority tells the switch which authentication is more important for us. Okay, so if in case when both authentications will happen, which one is more important, or result of which one is more important? So think about this way. Let's say we have mab configured first because we want to avoid this timer at all. We want to do map first, and second .1x. How this is gonna work? First, map will start authenticating straight away, will authenticate this printer with its MAC address, and will assign it to some VLAN or maybe apply some access list to the port. But then, after a while, this printer will enable its supplicant. Maybe it's rebooting and it's enabling its supplicant and starting talking .1x. So .1x will start. The switch will start talking to the .1x with this printer. So the second authentication will come up. Right? So we will have two authentications. But which one is more important to us? If we have supplicant, most likely the .1x is more important. So we can configure the priority this way. So even if the map authentication passed and .1x authentication passed, the .1x one is the more important to us. Okay, so we can configure that this way. It might be also that way if you want to. So you could potentially configure map.1x and then for priority map and .1x if you're pretty sure that only supplicant-less devices will be connected to that port all the time. But to be honest, you never know, right? You need to be ready for a situation when someone is unplugging this printer from the wall socket and puts something else into the same socket. Then what will happen, right? So we need to be careful. That's why, in my opinion, the best authentication settings are those here. So the .1x is the first, even though we need to wait to timeout, and the priority is .1x is more important. That's I think this is the most common and most universal configuration that works for everybody. Should work. Eventually, it might be a problem with some devices that maybe have a DHCP client and it's really timing out really quickly. Then we need to maybe disable or lower this timeout or do something like that. But usually map is not the first. We want to do .1x first. Actually, there is a nice document about those things. Let me show you that. ISE fallback. Oh, here we go. This is the flexible authentication order and failed authentication. That's a document that telling you how it behaves depending on how you have this configured. Let me put that in the chat, this link. Okay. Okay, guys, can we have a quick break now? And because the next topic is the machine access restriction and IP chaining, and so I would like to do that in the one big chunk lecture. So let's take 15, grab a coffee. Yeah, exactly, especially this morning. Okay, so let's take 15 for a coffee break and be continuing after that. So see you there in 15. Okay, guys, let's continue. I wanted to there's also one more thing that I show you in the newer switches, in the newer software code. Not necessarily the newer switches, but yeah, because that, as you can see, it was 6 years ago already. We have a different no, that's not the case. Okay, sorry. Yeah, in the newer code, it's actually 15.2e. There is a new way of configuring, or new way provided of configuring the .1x. It's called C3PL, the Cisco Common Classification Policy Language. Here is a document that you can read about it. I don't have that code. I cannot show you that now, but I will try to provide that code or upgrade my switch, so we can also try this new config next week. Okay, here is a nice a blog that is run by Katie McNamara. She's working for Cisco. She was a student in one of my classes, and she's really good about Cisco ISE and other security stuff. And she provides that that nice blog, and you can also read about this C3PL on her blog a little bit. Okay, so those are the resources that I can share with you now, and then later we can try that in our lab also. Okay, let's move on and talk about the machine. And wait a second, because I don't want to save that with this name. To do that, it's gonna be 12.2. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about that next week. I will do the upgrade. I thought I hope I checked actually. There is a code on my switch for on 15.2e, so it should be working. Okay. Machine authentication versus user authentication. So we usually have two authentications, right? We already talked about this briefly. So when the machine is first booting up, right, and we have that switch here, switch port, then ISE, and potentially we have Active Directory also integrated with ISE. So machine is sending .1x or negotiating the .1x during the boot up process, and obviously that's gonna trigger the radius to the ISE server. Then we go through the authentication policy on ISE, and we find out if .1x, for example, find out the rule. If .1x, then we take a look in Active Directory for user and his credentials. And then we have authorization. And in the authorization, we check Active Directory computers rule. And then we provide some DACL. Right? And this DACL will be applied to that switch port. Let's call it AD only. So that name AD only will be applied to the switch port after successful machine authentication. Then we are on a login screen, and user is providing his credentials. So the user authentication will take place. Right? Logs in, and we have similar situation, but this time the user is authenticating. So user is sending his credentials. This is the radius, and we go through the authentication policy first. We find out if, again, .1x rule, then we take a look in the Active Directory, and then we go through the authorization policy, and we check AD employees rule, and we provide the DACL, but this DACL will be different. That's going to be the user ACL, right? So here we apply user ACL, and that ACL will basically overwrite the previously applied access list to that port. Right? Users ACL overwrites machine ACL. That's important. Okay. Obviously, based on that config, we have a response here and a response here with a DACL. DACL. That's important thing. So think about the following scenario. This user brought to the network his personal laptop from home. So instead of using his regular workstation at work, he unplugs this workstation and puts in the same place his laptop from home. So his laptop has no supplicant, or even if it may have a supplicant enabled, but this authentication gonna fail because this laptop has no account in the Active Directory. Right? So the authentication will fail here. Authorization obviously will fail too. So the laptop will not have any access list assigned to that port after failed authentication. But that's not a big deal because we're gonna have a login screen and we can use local user authentication to authenticate to the Windows box. So we use the local user to authenticate to the Windows box, but remember this port is still closed because there was a failure authentication. So this port is only listening for .1x messages. Okay, so nothing can work anyways. But this user knows his credentials from Active Directory. So he will open up a supplicant or configure a supplicant. The supplicant will negotiate with the switch and with ISE a method to use of authentication to use, and will pop up a window to provide the user credentials. So the user provides his AD credentials and should authenticate normally with the Active Directory credentials, and then can be authorized based on that, based on the group from Active Directory, and gets the user access list applied to the switch port. So what happened now? The user is running on the laptop from home, not the company's asset, but he has exactly the same level of access to the network like he was using the regular workstation. So that's the problem. That's a big problem, right? If we want what to do, if we want to disallow people to bring their home devices and connect to the network. In this case, we would need to authenticate both, but make that authentication related to each other so that user will not be able to authenticate if the previous authentication for his workstation failed. Okay, so only the successful machine authentication, after the successful machine authentication, the user will be able to authenticate. How we can achieve that? There are two ways of doing this. One is called MAR, Machine Access Restriction. Another is called IP chaining. MAR, Machine Access Restriction. And this is a feature that is based on the MAR cache. This MAR cache is basically a list of successfully authenticated workstations based on their MAC address. So that works the following way. First, ISE keeps the MAC address of a host that already passed authentication. And then during the authorization policy for a user, we have some additional condition for a MAC address in the MAR cache. Okay. So first ISE keeps MAC address of hosts that already passed authentication. Okay. And then second, authorization policy for users has an additional condition for MAC address. Actually, this is not called really MAC address, but we'll show you that in a second. Address in the MAR cache. Yeah, so if we go to our policy, I can show you that. Go to the policy set for wired. In the authorization policy for employees, for users, I add additional condition to that policy. Is it showing me that again? And was this one was machine authenticated. Was machine authenticated through. Like this. There is a I wanted to share with you the document. Okay, shouldn't do that, but I will put that uh, in the chat. There is a document that is describing pretty well why MAR is not really good. um, my browser. There are a couple of things regarding the MAR cache that is causing problems. That's why it's not really the best solution. Let me actually copy that so you'll see the should be built this rule. Yeah, obviously there are a couple of issues with MAR. The first off, the MAR is based on the MAC address. So anything that is based on the MAC address can be spoofed. So we could potentially find out what is the MAC address of a computer next to us and copy that MAC address, replace our MAC address, and we should be already on the MAR cache, right? So MAR cache can be easily evaded, changing MAC. That's the first thing. And another thing is related to the two-NIC environment. If you have, for example, two network cards, or you're suspending the PC, then the MAC cache or the MAC address from the cache can disappear, and then you are unsuspending the PC, and there is no MAC address on the cache anymore. So there are a couple of other things as well related to the MAR. So way better is actually the second solution, which is called IP chaining. It works without any cache. When the machine authenticates, it gets in the authorization phase or packet, it gets a cookie. And this cookie must be here stored by the supplicant in the memory. It's not on the disk, it's in the memory. Right? So this cookie must be stored by the supplicant and used during the user authentication. So when the user authenticates, he or she must include this cookie in the authentication here packet. Right? So this is the way better approach. This is machine. This is a user. So we are not storing any MAC address. We are just providing the cookie during the machine authentication, successful authentication, and then this cookie is required by the user authentication. The problem is that IP chaining requires IP fast. IP fast, but IP fast is supported by the AnyConnect only, because that's the Cisco proprietary. AnyConnect NAM, the Network Access Manager supports IP fast, and at the same way supports the IP chaining. There is a open standard for that called TIP, so I believe TIP, and it's quite new, but I don't know about any supplicants that currently supports TIP. Maybe I'm not too updated with that, but I don't know. Maybe in the future some other supplicants will be using that. So let's take a look at the NAM then. We will use AnyConnect. We'll migrate our native supplicant to AnyConnect. So NAM stands for Network Access Manager. And as name implies, this is first a connection manager. It's pretty cool. It's very, very configurable. You can configure a lot of stuff there. You can pre-configure connections. That's also very important. And you can disallow your users to create new connections if you don't want them to do that. Okay. It's basically an additional module to AnyConnect VPN. I'm saying this because a VPN is considered a core module. So even if you don't see it, it's already it's there. Okay, so you may not see the GUI for a VPN, but the core module must be installed anyway, and the NAM is also installing the VPN, even if it's not there, not visible. It's it's allowing us to use the .1x as a .1x supplicant that supports a lot of IP messages or IP methods. I mean, IP fast using PACs, protected access credentials, IP TLS, obviously, the PEEP also, and others. You'll see that when we will be configuring this. So one thing that is quite important sometimes is that AnyConnect NAM can differentiate user and machine authentication and can allow you to use different methods for a machine and different for user. Something that is not possible by the native supplicant. Right? If you have native OS supplicant, you must use the same for both. Machine must be PEEP, right? And user must be PEEP as well, for example, right? And IP MS chap inside. Same here. So you cannot, for example, configure that the machine is using certificate for authentication and user is using credentials like username and password. With AnyConnect, you can do that. You can separate those two. The machine gonna be using IP TLS and user gonna be using PEEP, for example. Okay. It's much better in case of troubleshooting than the native OS supplicant. Provides this Dart additional tool for troubleshooting and reporting. Diagnostic, I mean. Sorry, troubleshooting, diagnostic, and troubleshooting tool, Dart. Much better troubleshooting capabilities. It's available on Windows. That's a problem because it's not available on other systems. So you need to use the native supplicants on other systems. And can be installed in multiple ways. You can install it manually by just using some MSI installer, or you can use auto deploy with some GPO policies. GPO, Microsoft GPO, global policy something, exactly. Or just push down from ASA. From ASA. For example, if you have a user that is using VPN to the ASA can, in addition to the VPN module, can install additional modules. Okay. FTD does not allow that as of now, but it will be in the future. ASA can do so. It's also configured by like any other AnyConnect module, for example, VPN, with XML profile. Using XML profile that we can create with ASA SDM, or we most likely we are creating the profile by using the standalone profile editor. But we can deliver that profile to the box. Delivered from ASA. ASA can create the profile and also can deliver the profile. Or ISE. ISE is also possible to deliver that profile. Or locally. So when we put the profile on a disk, then we can basically read that profile and start using it. Okay, so let's take a look at this in action. So let me check what I have currently on my box here. I take a look at the authentication, show authentication session interface Geeko3. I have my, okay, employee one. Okay, that's because this guy is logged in. Okay, but I think I have user and machine authentication both, right? So if I, for example, log off, I should be authenticated or re-authenticated. Now I have ACL user assigned. But when I log off, I should have machine authentication assigned. Here we go. The machine is here as a username, and there is a separate access list. Okay, so I'm gonna install with use of local Cisco. Okay, that's the employee PC. So I'm going to install NAM manually as a local administrator. I don't want to be bothered with, you know, if I'm a regular user, the Windows will gonna keep me asking about credentials, admin credentials for install something. I don't want to do that. That's why I'm logging as a local user to this box. That's gonna notice that authentication failed because that's the user. See this MAC address was used as an authentication. Authorization failed. So and authentication failed too. Let me check if I have. That's the wrong one. Okay, let me I need to put a different image with any connect. Give me a sec. That's my employee PC. So I need to put any connect installation files in the CD. Okay, so I have it here. I can just run the setup. Okay, and what I'm going to run is the Network Access Manager installer. By the way, when I go to the I didn't save that. Okay, that's okay. To the live logs. Yeah, now I have identity invalid because of this local Cisco user that I used to log into the employee PC. But previously, when I authenticated as a user at the machine, notice what is the authentication method was .1x and authentication protocol was PEEP and MSCHAP inside the PEEP. Okay. If you want to see those things, I added 3 additional columns to this view: failure reason, authentication method, and authentication protocol. You can do that by clicking this gear and selecting additional columns that you would like to see here, and you can move those columns up and down if you want. Okay. Otherwise, you will not see that. I believe this. I like this those additional information to have because I automatically see what's going on. The failure reason is here. I don't need to click the details to see the failure reason, and the authentication method and protocol is also here. very useful. So let's take a look. That was pip mschap. We'll see what's gonna be the authentication protocol when we change this to num. Okay, it says that I need to reboot machine to what's this? This Windows is terrible. Okay, so VNC viewer needs to be restarted because the connection was closed actually, and it's switching the resolution, screen resolution. That's why it's doesn't work well with that. Okay, so it's booting up. Okay, so interface is up. See what we have here. Notice that okay, it's starting.1x authentication successful. Right, authentic. See the machine access list was applied. Looks promising. Take a look. Yeah, we have host employee PC works. Okay, and then we have failed. Okay, let's see what's going on. What's on the here? See this? It's trying host employee PC anonymous MAC address. Here is the correct one. That's not really right because that's the pip. Okay, that was the map. Okay, .1x. Okay. Trying to use employee-pc as a name without the full demo local FQDN. That's a default configuration. So notice the authentication protocol is ipfast now, not pip. Inside the ipfast there is a mschap. Let's see what's going on with the user. So I'm gonna log in as an employee one from Active Directory. Okay, what's going on now? Refresh that. Still doesn't work. Doesn't require certificate on the machine side. No, not on the machine side because it's using MS CHAP, so it doesn't require the certificate. It requires the IPFAST requires PACs, PAC, Protected Access Credentials. But that should work anyway. Let me refresh. See, the user authentication was successful. Okay. Machine authentication wasn't successful. And I know what's going on, but guys, I want to show you what you can get when you're trying to install NAM like I did, and it doesn't work, and you're confused. Wait a second, user authentication works, but machine authentication doesn't. Why? Okay, it looks like it's showing some wrong credentials, maybe, or something like that, right? It's saying the machine authentication against Active Directory failed because of wrong password. Strange thing. So let me tell you what's going on here. Okay. If you go to everything changed in Windows 10, actually. It was working fine before Windows 10. So if you go to, where is my web browser? You go to release notes for AnyConnect 4.5, you're gonna find a Windows guideline saying that for the Network Access Manager, machine authentication using machine password will not work on Windows 8 or 10 or Server 2012 unless a registry fix described in this knowledge base is applied to the client. And this is the fix. You need to add something because otherwise the machine password is not available for the Network Access Manager. The software has no rights to get those machine credentials. Okay, so we need to make this fix on the machine. Let me put this. Very important. I I had that in the past. I mean, multiple times that situation when it didn't work, and I always forget about it. Always. There must be this additional fix. So let me do that and see if that works. So we go to the regedit. Then go to local machine system current control set. Local machine system current control set. Obviously, you can apply this fix by use of GPO or registry file in a startup or whatever the method you use, right? Doesn't need to be done, locally or manually. Control LSA, control LSA. LSA here. And registry key and setting to value 1. LSA allow returning unencrypted secrets. Oh gosh. So we need to add it here, right? Not be able to pass that thing. It's supposed to be D word. Okay, D word. Oh gosh, thanks a lot. Forgot that I'm a regular user. D word, and that's gonna be LSA, allow returning. Unencrypted secrets. Okay, that's supposed to be 1, not 0. Okay. Let's restart and see that again. Let's take a look on the switch. Okay, the port is up. Something happening here. Employee PC. Authentication successful. Even though there is just employee-pc without the domain, that is fine. Machine access list is there. Now the user authentication. Take a look at the now the machine authentication, employee PC. We have a machine session, and this is IP fast with IP MS chat inside. Okay, now I have user authentication. Notice that I have employee 1, comma, and the host. Okay, that's important. That's very important, but because now we know that employee 1 and host is on the same machine, and the employee 1 is actually on the host employee PC. Two things to check. One thing is under the administration settings for here, authentication. No, what I'm wrong place. Results for policy. Results for authentication allowed protocols. Inside the allowed protocols, we need to have IP chaining enabled. At the bottom here, sorry, not bottom, here, under the IP fast. So this list, what maybe, okay, from the beginning, sorry guys. Go to the policy again, policy sets, and in the authentication, we haven't talked about this yet. In the authentication, we have just the condition, but also in the policy set above, we have allowed protocols. So this is the default list called the default network access of allowed protocols by ISE server. So is ISE server allowing PEEP IP fast, IP TLS, and all that stuff. Okay, so we can change that if we want to. We can differentiate our policy sets based on allowed protocols, and we can apply some features on top of those protocols. So let me show you the default network access. It's inside the policy elements results for authentication, allowed protocols, and the default network access. So it's describing what protocols ISE is allowing, right? Starting from some host lookup, this is required for MAC authentication bypass. PAP and ASCII, the clear text, that's also required. IP MD5, that's not required in our case, we don't need that. IP TLS, if we use certificates, then yes. If not, we can just uncheck that. LEAP, that's the old one. PEEP, obviously, what's inside the PEEP, what's allowed inside PEEP, what's allowed inside IP fast. And notice that there is a enable IP chaining. And by the way, this option is now selected by default. It wasn't selected. I don't remember what version exactly changed that. I believe it shouldn't. It wasn't selected in 2.6 even. So it's a recent change. Now it's a default to enable IP chaining. Before that, I have 2.7 here. So before that, you need to go here and select this option to enable IP chaining by IP fast. Okay. IP TTLS, I can disable that. Oh, by the way, TIP. Notice that TIP is also supported here. The open standard for IP chaining. Wonder what would be the supplicant to support that. We can also allow weak ciphers for IP if we have old or older supplicants. Then we could possibly enable that. Okay, let me save that. And that's the first thing. Another thing that is required is actually the correct policy configuration. So I need to add here to the employee authentication additional condition, like I showed you for the MAR. Now it's for IP chaining. So let me add another condition, and that's gonna be here, IP chaining result. Okay. So network access IP chaining result. And now I'm looking for a result then when both user and machine both succeeded authentication and use. Okay. This is the right configuration for IP chaining. And only when this is true, my user should authenticate correctly. So I can test that by just signing off with the user and check again. Okay, now the machine authentication. And the user authentication. We'll see if the user will authenticate correctly now. This IP chaining option enabled under the IP fast in allowed protocols, that will basically put this cookie into the authorization message back to the sent back to the supplicant. And then this cookie should be used here. Let me check if now authentication is successful. Okay, I have it. And when you see when you see the username, comma, and the host name, then this means this is the IP chaining. Okay, so let's take a look what's going on here. Gosh. Okay, here's my AnyConnect. It's hidden by default here. And there is a one connection. Remember, the AnyConnect num is the connection manager. So there is one connection already created by default called wired. There are no other connections. And this wired connection has something configured by default. We'll see that in a second, what's inside this. We also have that option by default to manage networks. So we can add our new connections or new connections if you want to. It can be Wi-Fi or wired. I can select, is it .1x or not? Is it the MACsec, which is the way to encrypt the layer 2 link between the client and the switch, okay? Or Wi-Fi, if I want to connect to some Wi-Fi network. So basically I have all options allowed now, because that's the default configuration, but everything is configurable here. So administrator can change those settings, can prepare some networks for me, can this allow me from doing something like disable the interface, adding some networks, right? I can have all those options restricted if my admin wants that. So how we can configure this module? Obviously with the XML file that can be created with a use of a standalone profile editor. Let me go to, I have it here. Should have it. Oh, here we go. Let me install this editor. You can download it from software Cisco.com. Go to software download. And you look for AnyConnect Secure Mobility Client 4.x. Right, you have the different packages. Here is the headend package that you can put on ISE or this is for Linux, but there are headend packets for different packages for different operating systems. So for Windows is here, right? Headend. No, that's the local. Where is this? Gosh, here. AnyConnect headend deployment package for Windows. That's the PKG file when you need to put it on ISE or FTD, right? To use it as a VPN. What I have in my CD drive is actually this individual packages. This one. AnyConnect pre-deployment package includes MSI files. So those individual MSI files. And also here you can find the profile editor. So this profile editor is actually this software that I'm currently installing. I will do that custom installation because I don't want all the editors here to be installed. I just need editor for network access manager. So let me disable all other editors. Right, so remember, each module has its own editor. Right? VPN module has VPN editor. NAM has NAM editor. AMP enabler has its own module. Umbrella has its own module. Module has its own editor, I mean. Or you can use ASA because ASDM has those editors built into the ASDM. Okay, I'm not the administrative user, so I need to provide admin credentials. No, you basically, I'm reading the chat message. Is it per user workstation? No, you basically install it on your workstation as an administrator. You create that profile, the XML file, and you push that or put that file on a disk somewhere, or you put that in a specific directory of your NAM installation, or you can even with the installation you can provide that NAM config and it's going to be automatically fetched by the NAM client and used. Right, so that's also possible. So no, you don't need to install it on each workstation. You're basically installing it on the admin workstation, create that file, and deploy that file on all workstations. Okay, so let me open up this default XML file so you'll see what is the default setting for that network. So here under the networks we have a wired, and that's our connection profile that we see here. I can edit that and see what we have. So that's the name. We're obviously doing the wired. This is the wired network, not wireless. Then I can click next or switch those tabs here. I'm going to be using authenticating network, so I want to use authentication. Some settings, timers for .1x. Next is, okay, do I want to use machine or user authentication or machine and user authentication? And notice one thing, there is an and between, which means that allows us to use IP chaining, right? The standard OS supplicant does not provide this setting. The OS supplicant says machine or user authentication. That means there are two authentications completely separated from each other. Next, what will be the machine authentication first? And here we have methods like MD5, MSCHAP, GTC. This is the generic token card, TLS, TTLS, PIP, IPFAST. And by default, IPFAST is selected. Okay. And there are some settings to provision the credentials for IPFAST. IPFAST is using PACs, protected access credentials. So, but the default setting is, if using PACs, use unauthenticated PAC provisioning. So it's the automatic way to provision the PAC to the user and the machine. Then what is the certificates? If we want to use certificate authentication, then machine identity. We have use machine credentials. We don't want to use any static credentials, but that's also possible. For user authentication, the same settings. And then what is the user certificates eventually, and credentials. And we have that option to use single sign-on credentials, which will be automatically taken from the Windows operating system and used for authentication. Or we can select to prompt us for credentials if we want to. So that's the default. Also the default policy here for the how our client is behaving here. For example, client policy is how we're going to use the client after user logon, right? Are we allowing people to manage Wi-Fi? For example, by unchecking this, I will not be able to add the Wi-Fi network here. Right? By add the Wi-Fi network, that should be prohibited. So let's check. We'll check that in a second. Okay, we're going to be managing wired. We can also unselect this to not allow people to manage wired networks. Okay, let's leave wired. Maybe, okay, allow user to disable client, display user groups, auto connect, administrative status. So authentication policy, what are the possible authentication methods that we allow our user to use? For example, if we allowed user to use the wireless, what is the wireless options? Are we allowing only the enterprise connections or only also the personal connections? Okay. What are the methods, IP methods that we allow to use? Okay. Things like that. And the network groups are the groups of networks. So we can, if we have many different connections, we could potentially group them up. So that's easier to maintain. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this and create my own new connection. I will call it corporate IP fast. P. Okay, that's gonna be the wired network. Next, authenticating network, machine and user authentication, IP fast. Select that unauthenticated. I can uncheck the validate server as identity to make sure that nothing is wrong here. Same for the user. And that's it. I'm gonna create another one, corporate PIP. If I want to allow also PIP connections, that's gonna be wired, authenticating, machine and user, PIP, not validating server's identity or validating that depending on if I have a certificate or not. We'll see. I probably have CA certificate, so it should be fine. What is the insight allowed? IP MS chat, that's okay. And same for a user. Okay, single sign on. That's fine. Now, once I created that, I'm gonna save it. And normally I should put it in this place. It's automatically selected. Program data, application data, Cisco, AnyConnect, Network Access Manager, new config files. But as a regular user, employee 1, I will not be able to save that file in this directory. That's why I will put it on the desktop and then copy this. The file name to be automatically fetched as a configuration must be named configuration. configuration.xml. Save it on the desktop. Okay, have it here. That's just an XML file. And now I'm going to copy that file or move it to the right directory. So by default, this directory is hidden. So I need to go to View, Options, and select Show Hidden Files and Folders. Okay. This is the program data, Cisco, AnyConnect, Mobility Client, Network Access Manager, New config files. And then I'm moving this here as an administrator. Okay, I moved that. And nothing happened. But what I'm going to do, I'm right-clicking this icon, and there is an option Network Repair, which basically restart the service, NAM service, and the NAM will automatically fetch that file. Notice the file disappeared, and now I have those two connections, corporate IP fast and corporate PIP. Okay. Let me check the PIP if that works. Not sure about the certificate. Yeah, PIP is rejected by the author. Okay, yeah. Now because I have, yeah, so employee cannot authenticate because PIP does not support IP chaining. Right. So, but in my policy, I have IP chaining result here. So that's why it doesn't work anymore for PIP. If I would like to make it work, I would need to actually include some additional option here. Let's see if I can do that. That's gonna be authenticate. I think authentication method. No, that's authentication protocol. Yeah, some attributes cannot be checked here, and that might be difficult to manage. Yeah, that's what I wanted to check if it's possible to see it here. If not, I would rather configure that on a policy set. No, it's still showing. Okay, there is a one. I would need to find out what is the method now to check if that's the PIP or something else. Protocol. It's showing. No, that's the radius. Just yeah, that's not the authentication protocol. Okay, let me check that in the break, so we'll see. Okay, anyways, I wanted to show you that how we can configure multiple connection profiles, and that works. So I will check in the coming break how we can make this PEEP work. I would need to find out the correct condition to match that this is the PEEP authentication. No, the default gonna be the first one on the list. If that's one not supported by ISE, the ISE will not acknowledge, and the next one will be used. There is a question in the chat, by the way, because it was sent to me privately. Does the user have to select connection profile, or does it default to one? So yeah, the default is the first one on the list, and then fall back to another one when ISE will not acknowledge. ISE is acknowledging based on this list, the default network access. If we unselect there something, then and it's not there. So for example, if I go and unselect in the default network access, I would unselect IP fast from this list. Right? If I unselect IP fast like that, then ISE is not allowing IP fast for wired connections. That would not acknowledge, and then they're gonna be fallback to PEEP. Okay, guys, so let's maybe take a break, and then we're gonna be continuing with guest access. I will try to find out the option to match against the PEEP. There is a question in the chat. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm using the VNC. I think it works better because first off, I can disable interfaces, and even if the interface is flapping, I'm not going to be disconnected. And then I am connected to the console, so it's like I'm sitting in front of the computer. Yeah, RDP has one advantage. It can be full screen and works with the clipboard. So that's definitely the advantage of RDP. But there are some things that you cannot do with the RDP. So for example, you cannot change some settings on Windows in the RDP session, especially Windows 10. So for me, VNC is better for lab, from the lab experience, I would say. Okay, guys, let's take a quick break, and then we will be moving to the guest access. So as always, 15 should be fine, and see you there in 15, guys. Okay, guys, let's move on. Okay, so I didn't find out the answer I was looking for. It's actually, I think the only way to do that is to divide that to two different policy sets and using different allowed protocols. But I will try to find out maybe there is a better solution for that. Anyways, the next thing I wanted to talk about is my whiteboard here, is the guest access. So Briefly, because actually the guest is very, very, very um, you know, big, I would say, that section, and the configuration that you can do with a guest portals, that's huge. But we're gonna focus on the most important things about guest access, especially how the guest flow works, and what are the types of guests and so on. So let's take a look and to better understand what is the guest access about. Let's take a look at the following use cases. Actually, there are three of them. First one is called hotspot. That's a situation when you have an open network, like on the airport, right? And you want to just join that network and have access to the internet, for example, without any authentication. Potentially, you could be authenticated temporarily to just to do some authentication and nothing more. It may require some authentication or may require a PIN or some password. Authentication or PIN. But the authentication is not based on .1x, it's based on some web portal. Okay, so it's a typical thing, or typical use case for that is the user that is using the network in order to get access to the internet from the airport. That's the most simple way to give access to your guests to the internet. Not very popular, by the way. The next one is called a sponsored access. Which is, this is a real enterprise solution. It's all about a sponsor that can give us an account in order to authenticate as a guest and get access to some network, preferably to the internet. So it requires a sponsor. So who can be a sponsor? Actually, anyone, usually employees, all employees, or just maybe mid managers or something like that. Mid-level, I mean, managers. So yeah, that's common. Or mid-level manager. Not everybody can get access to the network, but only the sponsor. Right, so guest first off must come to a sponsor, ask for so guest is usually a visitor. He or she is visiting someone in our organization anyway. So the user, the employee, can be a sponsor here to create an account and then provide guest access. Okay, so basically an employee must or sponsor must create an account, must create an account for guest. Okay. It can also be in some organizations done by some lobby person, someone that is at the registration desk sitting there and registering the visitor. He or she can create or pre-create a guest account for a guest. Can pre-create guest accounts. Sometimes it's just pre-created like 10 accounts or 20 accounts, and you can just grab one of these accounts when you are entering the organization company. So why do we need that guest account really? The whole idea about the guest access is it's usually for people that don't have any other access to our network, visitors most likely, and it's in many cases just an internet access. It's just a situation that someone is visiting you and asking for how to get to the internet here. Do you have the Wi-Fi that I can use to get to the internet? Yes, we all obviously have that, but we don't want to give you any credentials, that everybody use. We want to give you some individual credentials to get access to that network, because we want to we want to see what you're doing. So it's not exactly like we are seeing what someone is doing, but this is for accounting purposes. So we know that someone who was visiting this guy was connecting to this and that network and the resources at that time. So later on, if something bad happened, let's say this guest tried to hack something on the internet. So we're gonna get into trouble if we will not be able to point to somebody who did that. So that's why we are creating this guest account. And the sponsored access is pretty cool, but unfortunately it's pretty disturbing. I mean, it's too bothering, right? Then the guest is asking us to create that access credentials. We need to fill up a form providing username, sorry, not the username, but the name, first name, last name, some email address, some additional information, and then click generate and so on. So it's a bother. So there is a third option to do that even better, which is called self-registered. With self-registered, we don't need to register, or don't need to fill up any form. We let the guest to register itself, and then we can approve that. So there are two flavors of self-registered guest: without approval or with approval. And the most popular today is the self-registered with approval, basically. That's the most common configuration, because that's the most this is the most from our perspective, from our sponsors perspective, is not disturbing, it's not bothering anybody. The guest is just creating the whole providing all the information, creating this account, and we just need to approve that account by email or by clicking the link in the email or by SMS. So, so how does it work that we're going to redirect our guest to the portal where we can authenticate that guest or let the guest to self-register? It's all based on the redirection function that we need to implement on our edge device. So obviously, in the most important, not the most important, but the most common situation with the guest access is the wireless connection. So let's take a look at the guest access with wireless. So let's say we have a guest with his laptop is connecting to our access point, associating with our access point. Access point is not authenticating anybody here because the access point is talking to the WLC, and the WLC is considered the edge device here. There is a CAPWAP tunnel between the access point and the WLC. It's a layer 2 tunnel, so it's like a transparent. So supplicant talks to the WLC, WLC talks to ISE. Now let's take a look how the flow works. So first off, this user must connect or rather associate to some open network without any authentication, so no .1x enabled. SSID, let's say guest underscore net. Okay, so we are associating with that network. It's open, so it's not a big deal. Let me put that here. Guest net is actually, there are two features of that network. It's an open network, and it has MAC filtering enabled. Right, from the WLC perspective, when you are configuring the SSID, you need to configure it as an open network with MAC filtering. This MAC filtering is very important because this MAC filtering will trigger the whole process. So if you take a look at that from this is the user side, this is the WLC side, and ISE side. So after associating with access point, when a user is sending any packet, right, the packet reaches the WLC, and then based on this MAC filtering, WLC starts MAB, MAC authentication bypass. Remember, the guest is by definition someone who has no supplicant, right? So he wants to get access to the network, some network, without any supplicant. So the MAB is the way to go. We start the authentication with the MAC address of this guy. So first off, on the ISE side, we hit the policy set. Right? We hit this policy set that we should create a new one called wireless. Right? That's gonna be matching for MAB in a wireless environment, basically. Right? So if we take a look at the policy sets. Let me reshare my lab quick. Right, so in the condition, we're gonna have wireless map. I'm gonna create that now. Just hit plus here, say wireless, and as a condition, gonna use wireless map. Use it. I select the default network access, protocols, and that's it. That's my wireless policy set. Okay, what else? Once we hit the policy set, we go inside and we have authentication policy. In the authentication policy, we need to find map authentication again that will point us to the internal endpoints, to the store with MAC addresses. Okay, so let me do that again, in the lab. So now I have that. In the authentication policy, I can create a new condition and point to the internal endpoints, or I can use the default even. I don't need to create another policy because the condition will be exactly the same, wireless map, right? So I will use defaults here, and instead of pointing to all user ID stores, I will change this to internal endpoints. Okay. But notice that this is the guest. This guy is the guest, and we see this guy for the first time. So there is a big chance that we don't know about his MAC address. So we shouldn't find his MAC address in the internal endpoints store, right? So that's the problem. Notice what will happen. Oh, sorry, I just clicked something. What will happen if we don't have, come on, if we don't have a correct user in the store? That's under the options here. If you click the options, you'll see what will happen if there is no user in that store. We're gonna reject. And there are three options here. We can failed authentication, so we provided the user is in the store, but we provided the wrong password. Then we're gonna reject. What will happen if the user is not found? So there is no user at all in the store. Okay. Then reject. And the third option is what if the process fail? That's a situation, for example, if we are pointing to Active Directory and one of the controller, Active Directory controller is not available or is not responding, then the process failed. So if the process failed, the default option is drop, which means we are dropping the packet and we are not rejecting. Why we are dropping the packet? Because if the switch has two ISE servers PSNs configured, then the switch will fall back to another one. If we are rejecting, there will be no fallback. We need to not respond to the switch, then the switch will be able to use the second radius server. Okay, so that's why the process fail says drop, to not respond to the device. Okay, but in our case, with a guest, we will have this option. We will have this case, if user not found. And we need to change this from reject to continue. What does it mean continue? Continue means that we pass his authentication and move on to the authorization policy. Okay? You understand why in a second. So let me put that on the slide. So we have three options here. If authentication failed, if user not found, and if process failed. Right, and we have three options here. This is reject. This should be continue. This should be drop. Okay, that's important. There's a question in the chat. The reason why it's moving to user even though the device is not found in endpoints. No. Okay. This authentication here, or this connection, is actually most likely the user authentication. Okay. Sorry, no, wrong. This is the machine authentication, but not the machine authentication that you normally think of, because the user, we are already logged as a user here, and we are authenticating to a new network. Right? So the machine's MAC address is being used, and it's not going to user authentication, not now. Okay, it's going to be user authentication later, but the user authentication will not be over the network. It will be through the guest portal. Okay? So over the network authentication is just the machine authentication, the MAP, and the user authentication is later with a guest portal, and it's completely irrelevant to the IP chaining here. Yeah, it's already connected to this guest net. Yeah, it's already associated with that SSID. Okay, so it gets the IP address, all that stuff. Yeah. Okay. So remember to change this to continue. And then continue means that we gonna go to the authorization. And in the authorization policy, we can use default for now. We need to redirect our guest to the portal where the guest can provide his credentials. Okay, so the guest redirect is basically the authorization profile with two attributes. Okay, two attributes, AVPs. One attribute is called redirect URL. Another is redirect access list. Two attributes must be provided. So in the access accept, radius access accept message, okay, we're gonna provide those two AVPs. Redirect URL, that's gonna be like HTTPS to the ISE server, some port, some link, and action equals CWA. The CWA is a excuse me, it's a centralized web authentication. And redirect access list, it's just the access list name that we're gonna use for redirect, ACL, and it must be stored on a WLC already. Right, so now after this, the WLC gonna be redirecting us. So any not any packet, any HTTP packet, rather, any H packet will be redirected with the HTTP 302 message or a response code, rather, and we're gonna provide this to ISE and action CWA. Right, so once the user gets this redirection, right, the web browser will be connecting to ISE server. Okay, successfully opening the web page with a portal. Okay, when we can provide username and password for a guest user to authenticate. Or we can have self hyperlink here to click, and then the user can create or do self-registration and create the account for himself. Okay. Then when we click connect, okay, after providing the username and password, that depends if you already have username and password or not. Because if you already have, you provide it. If you don't have, you can click self and self-register, and then you're gonna have username and password. Okay. And when you click connect, this for ISE means this is the use case or guest flow, which means guest provided his password, username, credentials over the portal. Okay, so it going through the authorization again, not authentication, authorization. And in the authorization, you can create a rule: if guest flow, okay, then this access list, for example, internet ACL. Right? So if after successful authentication, the guest will receive the internet access list. Not the guest actually, but we're gonna be radius COA, okay, with the new ACL sent to the WLC. Okay. So what I need to do here, I finish my configuration on this, on the authentication. I need to provide authorization. I need to provide this redirection. So in order to provide the redirection, I will go and create the result. I could do that from there, but I can do that this way as well. I go to the authorization profiles, create a new authorization profile. Let's call it guest redirect with two things: URL and access list for redirection. How can we provide that? We need to select on this list of common tasks web redirection. See the CWA? This is centralized web authentication, or MDM, or NSP, native supplicant provisioning, or CPP, client provisioning policy. Right? We select that. We say, okay, that's going to be centralized web authentication. So notice when I select this, as a result here, the URL redirect ACL is put here. I need to give it a name, and I need to specify the portal that I'm gonna provide to the user for authentication. There are two portals already created on ISE. One is the sponsored guest portal, another one is the self-registered. Let me use self-registered. Notice that now I have URL redirect to be sent as an attribute, AVP, with HTTPS IP port. So IP is gonna be replaced by the FQDN of ISE server. The port will be replaced by the port on which my portal is listening on. Right? Then there's some session, the portal number, or GUI, or ID, basically the portal internal ID. So based on that, we know which portal we need to open. Okay, and the action is CWA, centralized web authentication. The only thing I need to provide is the redirect access list that must be configured on a WLC. And I need to check what is the WLC demo local, or not sure if I have that. There we go. Okay, so I go to the security and access control lists. I have a couple of access control lists already created here. I have a one that is called ACL Web Auth Redirect. Okay, this name must be provided. Copy. A common mistake here is when you specify that you make a mistake in this access list name, or you provide the space at the end or something like that. Okay. It must be exactly the same name that we have on WLC. Okay, let me save that. I will get back to that access list, and oh, here we go. We have it already. Let's redirect. Okay, let's use one. Have it. Change this. Okay, getting back to the policy, wireless, and in the authorization policy, in a default, instead of the deny access, I'm gonna say guest redirect to send those two attributes. Okay, so now I'm here. This redirect should work. The guest user should get this portal to log in, and then I need to configure another authorization rule for a guest flow. So let me add another rule. I will put it and say guest flow, or maybe guest internet access, like this. Now I have my SSID. Let me check that real quick. WLAN. I have three SSIDs. I have a P0 guest that I'm going to use. See, this is the MAC filtering enabled SSID. When you click that, you'll see that this network from the security standpoint has no security, which is the open network with the MAC filtering. Okay, P0 guest. So I'm going to create a condition that will match two things: the guest flow, but also the SSID. So first off, I will use SSID, and there is a normalized radius SSID, and you need to be careful with that because equals doesn't work well. You need to use contains. For example, P0 guest. That's my SSID, plus the use case is network access use case is the guest flow. So that's gonna work only for my SSID P0 guest, only when the guest successfully authenticated through the portal. Okay. And the outgoing, what's gonna be the result of that? I will click create new authorization profile to create it from here directly. Give it a name, guest internet. Okay, and I cannot send DACL in this case because WLC has no idea about DACLs. They don't support DACLs. Instead, there is a special access list called airspace access list. And this is just the name of the access list that is on a WLC already. So I need to go back to the security access list and see what I have here. For example, do I have guest access list? Yeah. Guest ACL. Let's apply this ACL. My bad. Guest ACL. See, that's gonna be airspace access list. Save it. Now choose it from guest internet here. So by default, everybody will be redirected to the portal. And if someone provides through the guest SSID credentials and authenticates successfully, then he should hit this rule. Okay. So we are not authenticating this the guest over the network. Again, I said. So we will not be able to do guest authentication here in the authentication policy. That's not possible because credentials are being delivered to the ISE server over the portal, not over the network. Okay, so let's take a look if that works. By the way, let me show you the redirection access list first. So what's going to be redirected? Notice the access lists on the WLC are unidirectional. Access lists entries, I mean. So if you have an entry like those first two is for DNS, right? They are unidirectional, inbound, outbound. So we need to have two entries for one access list, basically. This is not a stateful device, so they are stateless. Okay, what else do we have here? Example, okay, we are permitting something to this net. No, that's wrong. We should permit, let me edit this. Should permit traffic to ISE server because they're gonna be portal displayed from the ISE server itself. So that's gonna be 10.10.3.40. That's the ISE server. ICMP, okay. HTTP, that's the HTTP for some server. Okay, I don't have that server in my network, so let me change to something that I have, 10.10.3.20, for example. Same for here. 10.10.3.20. Okay, so basically we are permitting everything that must be sent through the without any redirection, and at the end we deny everything else that's going to be redirected. Okay, another one is here. Must be both ways. Okay, so basically permitting everything that doesn't need to be redirected and denying what needs to be redirected. Remember about two things. DNS must be permitted because we will get in the redirect, we will get FQDN of ISE. So we need to be able to resolve that. Second is the ISE itself, because we will be connecting to the ISE server to open up this portal. So that cannot be redirected. Otherwise, we will be redirecting all over again ourselves, right? So we cannot redirect to the ISE traffic, and then everything else like HTTP packet especially needs to be redirected. So this deny at the end should redirect. Okay, let me show you the configuration of my SSID. So we just have a regular SSID status enabled with the MAC filtering, right? So on the security side, we have an open network, so we don't use any .1x, anything like that. We're just opening this network with the MAC filtering enabled. Okay, no security on layer 3, so no access list on that network. From the AAA servers, basically we can select AAA server below to override use of default servers. So we don't need to specify anything here. Oh, by the way, I have wrong IP addresses, so I need to change that. But we're gonna be using this SSID. Will be using the global access AAA servers that I have configured on the WLC. Okay, so when I go to, where is this? In the security, AAA radius authentication. Right, so I have them here. The problem is that when we click that, I cannot change the IP address, so I need to basically get rid of this stuff, remove it. Not be okay, because it's being used by the WLAN. So first off, I need to go and disable my WLANs. Otherwise, I will not be able to change the or remove the AAA server. What? Come on. Okay, if I don't, I can create a new one. 10 3.40. That's my ISE server. Short secret. Port number, that's okay. This is cryptic support for RFC 3576. That's the COA, and we need to enable that. In a newer code for WLC, it says support for COA. So you need to be really careful with that. Let's apply. So I'm gonna add another accounting server. 10.10 3.40. And that's it. It was used by one of them. Explicitly. Yeah, here. That's why I couldn't delete them, basically. Let's apply. That's because I was copied the WLC from a different lab, and okay, now it's gone. It has a different configuration. Okay, I'm gonna save the config. Sure, that's okay. Cool. So first off, I need to go and create on ISE server my WLC AAA client. I go to network devices, add, configure WLC. Its IP address is 10.10. Oh my God, who knows? Under the controller interfaces, management 10.10.361. 10.10.361. And we're going to be using radius. Shared secret 1234 QWER. Okay, submit that. Cool. Now let's make a test. I'm going to be using employee PC as well. In my case, I have a wireless card in this box already, but it's disabled. So I want to pretend as some guest user, so I cannot have the any supplicant. So let me actually log off and log in as a local user, local admin, and I will disable supplicants. So I will disable num and I will disable any OS supplicant. Get rid of this stuff. Here the AnyConnect tries to authenticate my user Cisco. It's popping up the... I don't want that. Okay, let me go to services. Disable the AnyConnect. So I have no supplicant. Have it here, access manager, stop. Okay, that's logging as well. I'm gonna stop everything. And I need to also check if I don't have the WLAN autoconfig running. No, WLAN that's okay, but wired. So that's the OS built-in supplicant. So I'm gonna stop it as well. Okay, even though it shouldn't work now because I will switch between wireless and wired and wireless network now. Okay, so I'm gonna disable the wired connection. I will enable the Wi-Fi connection. Okay, it says not connected. Do I see any networks? I see 3 networks, but those are the networks that other networks in the place where the lab is stored. So this is not showing me the networks because my WLANs are disabled, right? Yeah, all 3 are disabled. So I need to go to the guest and re-enable it. Apply. Now my do I have access point? Yeah, I have some access point here. So this access point should start advertising this network. Let me check now. Not yet. Don't see it. networks. Oh, I have it. See, it says it's open because there are no authentication. So I should be able to not authenticate. I should be able to associate with that network. When I click, there's a warning that it's an open network and other people can see it. Right? I click connect. It says connecting. Takes too long. Let's see what's going on ISE now. Maybe, okay, let's start with the wireless LAN controller and see if we see any clients. Okay, I see the client, the MAC address of my client. I don't see IP address. Okay, I see the IPv6. I don't see IPv4. That might be the problem here. Okay, let me check if I have DHCP enabled on the management interface. Yes, I have, but I don't have that IP address in the network. I have 10.10.3.20. That's my DHCP server. Let me show you that, okay? Let me show you how it gets this. So when I go to that's my Active Directory. Okay, and if I go to the DHCP in the Active Directory, you'll see that I have a scope. Yeah, it's a virtual, virtual controller. I have a scope for different networks like 10.1, 10.1.10, 10.1.50, right, and 10.10.9.0 as well. So it should be working. A second, let's see. No internet open. Let's see if my client has IP address now. Okay, so let me disconnect and reconnect again. Still. Yeah. That's right. We have that config. As you can see, that's a Flex Connect. Okay. That's fine. That should work. Yeah. So, but might be some problem with routing or something like that. I think so. It might be a problem. Let me see my ISE server. And it's routing because I'm not sure what is the routing here. Okay, so I don't see anything. Okay, let me see. Okay, guest is, what is the interface? Guest. Okay, let me change it to access because I believe I don't have the SVI for guest. Controller. access is 10.10.9. Okay, exactly. 10.10.3.20. That's fine. 9.1. I'm not sure. 9.1. It's 9.1. Okay. Okay. Now I have IP address. Oh, no, that's the problem with the interface that I had. I don't have a VLAN and the interface on the switch for guest. I only have for access, VLAN 50. That was the problem. Okay, so let's check the status here. Oh, notice that it's trying to reach out to the ISE already. Let me close that because probably something went wrong because of the wrong session. So let's disconnect and reconnect again. Okay, check the live logs. Okay, we see some previous session from my client. This is the MAB, right? Lookup for the MAC address. We hit the wireless default authentication and then default authorization. So we authorized by the guest redirect. That's fine. All is good. So let's check again. Connect. Notice that Windows 10 has some MSF connect test, which is basically the way to automatically redirect to the captive portal when it's discovered. Some web browser has that as well, or actually all web browsers now, but this is built into the operating system. So notice that it's now redirected to ISE demo local, to some portal, and at the end of this should be the action action CWA. That's okay. So I can provide the username and password for my guest, but obviously I don't have it. Right, so I'm gonna register for guest access. So self-signed, or sorry, self-registration. So click register. And I'm now I need to provide that information. So like, let me provide that. Piotr. Okay, whatever. Oh my gosh. This must be an email address of that user. Test, that's for a visit. Okay, let's register. And I have my username and password provided here. I'm going to copy that so I will not lose it. Okay, at least the password. And I can sign on. Okay, I have some acceptable use policy to read and click accept. And welcome message that I can continue to get access to the network. Okay, and now I should have access to the network. So let me check and show you how it looks like from the ISE side. First off, we have this redirection based on the map. Then we have this Piotr authentication, this user, the guest user. Okay? And we notice that we now going into the guest internet access authorization profile, guest internet. So this is how it works. If I take a look at the details, you can see that this is the we don't have here. The user type is the guest user. Authentication was the web auth. Okay, and the information about that guest. Now from the WLC, in a session of that user, I should see that the username is Piotr and the access list assigned to the user is guest access list. Is there a way to change this form? Obviously, yes. I will talk about this in a moment. So let me show you this process again, okay? Because you need to be really careful. You have 3 places where you need to check things. Right? First one is the client, second one is the wireless controller, and the third one is ISE. So let me go and disconnect from here. Now, if I disconnect and go to the clients on the wireless, notice that the client is still there. So you need to be careful when you are verifying your solution, because the wireless works this way, that is keeping or caching that information for the user, because that's the default behavior for the roaming users. So for example, if a user is mobile, is going through the building and it's moving between different access points, right? He or she may disconnect for a second or two, so the wireless LAN controller is keeping the user information. So even if I said I'm no longer connected, I'm still connected from the wireless controller side. Okay. From the ISE server, when I click that, actually let me go to the live sessions. I have a terminated. Oh no, that's the employee PC. Okay, I'm still authenticated too. Okay, so I would need to, in order to make the process again or to start the process again, I need to go here and basically terminate the session from the ISE server. That's gonna terminate this session here, but also should terminate the session on the WLC based on the COA. Now I have this session terminated here. I don't have a client anymore on the WLC. There's a question. Are you using a USB Wi-Fi adapter in your, yes. The USB Wi-Fi directly assigned to the VM. So let me now start again. Sure, no problem. Connecting. Right. I should now see the client again. the client is being redirected. Okay, so let me see the status here. Notice the status, it says I'm in the centralized web authentication. Okay, that's my redirect access list, and that's the redirect URL that I'm going to be redirected to. Okay, so after providing my credentials, okay, now my client should no longer be redirected, and it's automatically the username and the access list assigned to that client. And the new session here authenticated for that user. Okay, guys, I think we could take a break for lunch maybe now, and after the lunch I will show you how to change those portals, how to change those that form for the user registration, how to customize all that stuff. Also, we'll show you how to create a bunch of user accounts using the sponsor portal. Okay, so let's take a lunch break now, and we will be discussing all that stuff after the lunch. It's always 30, and we'll have a great meal and see you in 30. Okay, guys, let's continue. So once we know how to redirect the guest user, we can talk a little bit more about guest configuration in case of what users see in the guest portal, how the guest portal behaves. So all the guest configuration is done via the work centers configuration under the guest access. So for those of you who has no previous experience with Cisco ISE, it might be a little bit overwhelming, this menu, but fortunately you need to understand that though some of those options, many options, I mean, are the same basically. So for example, network access, you have policy sets. We have policy sets under guest access. We have policy sets under BYOD. We have policy sets here, policy sets here. So basically, there are some options that guides you to the same place, but they are under different use cases because the work center or work centers are divided based on the use cases that you would like to configure. So under the guest access, you're going to see all the options that you need to know or you need to sometimes go into in order to configure the guest access. Right? Same for BYOD, same for posture, stuff like that. So it's a use case based many kind of. A nice thing about each of them is the overview that you have at the beginning here. And the overview will give you a nice guide in 3 steps. First, you need to prepare something. Like for example, we prepared by the configuring the network device. Our WLC had to be added to the ISE configuration. The authentication, if we need to have some certificates, maybe if if a guest portal is providing some certificate, we need to have identity groups, maybe, if you want to authenticate our guests, um, things like that. Okay. Then define to configure everything, and then we have the monitoring function of it. So now we're gonna spend some time on define, like how to define the guest portal, what are the guest types, what are the sponsors, and sponsor portal. So if I go to the guest portal, it's under the portals and components. You see that the guest portals, we have 3 of them: the hotspot, self-registered, and the sponsored guest. We already used this one, the self-registered guest portal. But I can obviously click to create a new one. And I need to check which one I would like to use. Okay? So selecting one of these will automatically configure some of the most common options inside the guest portal. So I'm gonna create a self-registered portal again. Continue. You're going to see in a second how many options we have in a guest portal. There are tons of options. It's not my I don't want to spend the whole day talking about all those options, but at least a couple of them I would like to discuss. So I need to give it a name, like my guest portal. And then we see the options on the left, which are under those different settings that we can expand. And on the right, we see the guest flow based on the configuration on the left. So if I enable add some feature, this feature will pop up here or come into that that graph on the right. So first off, we start with the portal settings, the port that the portal is listening on, the interface that the portal is listening on. So by default, it's a gig 00, the only one interface that I currently have configured. But I can change that if I want to run my portal on a different interface. So one interface is not being used for radius, regular radius stuff, and the portal access. Then the portal certificate group. Basically, we need to have a certificate group that's going to be used by the portal, because different portals can provide different certificate, right? The portals are available through HTTPS. So if you want to use a different certificate for a specific portal, then we need to create a portal group. Show you that. Let's move on. Then the authentication method to the portal. So where are we looking for our guest account? And we can use, by default, is the guest portal sequence. Fortunately, under those options, we have links directly to pointing us directly to the correct place. So I can open up this link to identity sequence source sequences, sorry, and see this guest there, and take a look what's inside this list of stores where my guest can be found. So guest portal sequence. Now selected this internal user that can be guest users, and Active Directory. That's something surprising. Notice if we have Active Directory here, all AD join points, even though this Active Directory is not selected, this all AD join points including this one. So that mean that I can possibly use my employee one to authenticate? Let's see. And see this, it works. And so I provided my employee one demo local uh, credentials, and I'm also in. So you need to be careful with the guest access. In my opinion, the guest access should only point to the guest users, and that's it, without this uh, additional stores, right? And that's it. Okay, obviously that's the default, so it's affecting all the portals I have. Then employees using this contractor or daily or weekly, that means we have three types of guests. Here under the guest types, we can configure three types of guests. That means based on the guest type, for how long the guest gonna have access to our network. For example, daily guest is just a daily access. Right? Daily, contractor, weekly. Contractor is the up to 1 year long. Daily is just for 1 to 5 days. Weekly is for a couple of weeks. So let's take a look. If I go daily, it says from maximum account duration is 5 days. Maximum simultaneous logins 3. Okay, some options per guest. So obviously you need to take a look at that and read through it, all those options. Then the login page behavior. Do we require a code, like a PIN or something like that? Are we including the AUP, which is the acceptable use policy, as a link or not? Allow guests to create their own accounts. This is the self-registration. If I uncheck this, notice here I have a self-registration in the login. So login, self-registration success, and back to the login. If I uncheck the self-registration option, that's gonna disappear this part from my guest flow. Okay. Allow guests to reset password. Allow social login. The ISE supports Facebook logging for a guest. It doesn't mean that we don't have a guest account anymore. We have it, but we use Facebook login to grab information from Facebook about the guest. Okay, some passwords and stuff like that. What else? Let me. Acceptable use policy. We want that. We want to, use different for employees, different for typical guests, or do not use it at all. Then this one will disappear as well. Change password, device registration. Automatically register guest devices. That's important because we can configure this registration so that the guest device will automatically be registered into the guest's devices. Let me show you that group. I mean, there's a question in chat about it's different providers are available. For Facebook is SAML, yes, ID provider. Right. Notice that under the endpoint identity groups, we have a special group called guest endpoints. And my MAC address of my guest is already here. This is because of this setting. Right? Automatically register guest devices. What does it mean? What is that useful for? You can configure your policy in an authorization policy so that your guest will be automatically allowed to have access to the network based on his endpoint, based on the MAC address in that registered endpoints. And you don't need to authenticate the guest every time the guest joins the network. For example, you give out a guest access to 1 week, and you don't want this guy to authenticate himself every day. Okay? Every day he's gonna have access to the network automatically based on this registered device. So there are two approaches here. One is to keep asking for guest credentials. Another one is to remember the guest device and then give the access next day based on this information. I prefer the first one because, based on a device, registered device, that might be, you can get access, or somebody else can get access because he may use the same MAC address. I don't really like this option. Okay, for BYOD, you have some options. See, like allow users, employees to use personal devices, so on. I'm gonna be talking about BYOD separately. Device compliance, post login banner, authentication success. So what we're gonna show to the user if the authentication is successful? Are we going to show the successful page, or we redirect to the original URL that the user typed in order to be redirected, right? And the support data, so we can add. That's quite important to have. Sometimes, especially at the beginning, the support information, because it's going to be easier to provide the troubleshooting for a user. And that's one of the set of options. Another one is here under the portal page customization, and you can customize everything that you want here, including colors, fonts, texts, and all that stuff. Okay. You can change the name, the language, and a lot of stuff here. Okay, let me save that. Yes, yeah, there is a portal builder. Oh, thanks for the link. Yeah, that's useful for other guys. Yeah, when you're saving this, that's important from the operational perspective. When you click save, you must wait for a message here in the top down. See server response, because otherwise this is not gonna be saved. If you just click save and go to other page, you need to be careful with that. And the sponsor portal is also there. We have a sponsor default portal that you can go by using a FQDN that you configure under this portal. And this is not something that you are being redirected to. It's just a portal, static portal, that you have all access to it all the time, okay, without any redirection. You are the employee, you are the sponsor. So under the portal settings, it's on a different port by default. You need to specify the fully qualified domain name, like sponsor demo local. Okay, then register this record in DNS, and then you can access this name with a web browser. Okay. You can limit things like SSIDs available to the sponsor portal. You can specify the sponsor portal sequence, so who can authenticate as a sponsor. So where is that? It's under the sequences. Sponsor portal sequence. So internal users and all Active Directory users. That's fine. Logging. Acceptable use policy for sponsor. I will uncheck that. Login banner, some information. That's fine. Let me save this. So now I should, let me check if I have that record in a DNS. Here. For demo local. Yes, I have a sponsor demo local 10.10.340, which is the ISE server. Now when I go to sponsor demo local, I'm automatically redirected to this port. And now I can use my employee one Active Directory user to log in as a sponsor. Oh, see this, I cannot log in. Something is wrong here. Let me check quick. That's fine. Okay, but the only the thing that is not configured correctly is the sponsor group, probably. So let me finish for this save to be done. So you need to wait for this message or until the save button is available again. Oh, like this. So go to the sponsor groups, and this sponsor groups telling ISE what sponsor can create what accounts. Okay. For example, all accounts, like contractor daily, weekly account in a specific time zone, okay, can be created by, and we need to do the members here and select my employees group from Active Directory. Here we go. Because this all accounts does not include Active Directory here. Save that. And try it again. Okay, now it's better. So I am under the sponsor portal, and here is the way to create a single account for a guest, or I can create some random accounts, like say I need 10 accounts with some username prefix or something like that, or I can import from a template. The template you can download it here. It's the CSV file that you can download. Okay, there was a question about how we can change the self-registration fields, and here we go. In two places. Under the sponsor, we need to go to the sponsor portal. Wait. It's gonna be under. That's just the view. Okay. But the customization is just customizing the view. Under guest portals, for sure we have that information here. If we enable self-registration, allow guests to create their own accounts. There are gonna be some additional options: self-registration form, and now from here we can specify what needs to be on that self-registration form. So I don't need to have a username, that's not required. First name, that's okay. Last name, email address, phone number, don't need that. Company, okay. Location, you need to be careful with that, because if you uncheck this, okay, now it works, but sometimes the required field is not unchecked, and then this is not gonna work because it will tell you all the time that you haven't provided all required information, even though this field is not visible. Now it works, but in the previous versions I noticed that it didn't uncheck the required. Okay, SMS provider, person being visited, reason for visit, okay, person being visited, that's okay. Oh, we can uncheck that as well. Right, so that's for sure here. But for the sponsor, about it, I think it's based on a guest type, because depending on the guest type, it might be a different requirement here. Let me check real quick. Still waiting for the save. Not sure where you can change that in the sponsor home. That's not required, everything, but yeah, even though it's a little bit strange. Okay, anyway, we can create a random example. I want to have one random guest. Okay, obviously the duration, 1 day, and from starting from ending to create, and I have one guest account. Now I have two accounts, so I can manage those accounts. One is created, one is active, which means that this guy already authenticated as a guest. Okay, I can select this, I can edit, I can resend information, I can extend the time, I can suspend, delete, reset password. Okay, from here. The pending accounts, that's the situation when somebody self-registered with the approval. Okay, and then I need to go here and click and accept, approve the new account. Okay. Okay. So I really don't want to spend much time on seeing all those options because there are too many options to spend our time on. So let's move on and to the next thing, which is the VPN posture. So once we know this flow, once we know how to redirect, that's going to be much easier for us to understand other things like posture, because in the posture we also need to redirect, but not to the guest portal, but to different portal called CPP, which is the client provisioning portal. Okay, why do we need to redirect in order to do the posture check? Before I go into that, let me talk a little bit about ISE with posture, how we can do that. There are multiple ways. We don't really need to have eyes to do so, but obviously that's the best option. There is a one unsupported now option because I think the host scan is no longer being developed. So this is not going to be working in the future. Not going to be updated in the future. The host scan is the one of the very old method on the ISE that you can use for checking some posture, checking some options on the client before the client gets to the network. The thing about hostscan, which is pretty cool actually, it works during the VPN setup. So you don't, it's a little bit different in ISE posture when you first set up the VPN, and then the posture agent will gather some information, and that's going to take some time to do so. Here it works during the VPN setup, and you can use the outcome of that during to make a decision during the VPN setup. So it might be used to build something called a DAP, dynamic access policies. With dynamic access policies, you can, for example, use information like what is the operating system, right? What is the something else like patch and so on. Yes, posture. Okay, there is a question in a chat how we can detect CentOS in a corporate. This is a corporate asset. Um, there are other ways to do so. We don't need to do posture to do that. Um, a very common, maybe not very common. That depends on the on the customer, maybe. So, but I saw that in the wild being used, like people using DHCP class ID, for example. Um, so in a network card, you can add the class ID, and during the DHCP request, inside the DHCP request packet, there's gonna be the class ID that can be used by ISE server to understand that this is the corporate asset. And that what is required for that is the profiling, not the posture. That's one of the options. Okay, VPN and connect. Okay, with VPN and connect, that's gonna be difficult. Um, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any answer to that question really. Sorry. Yeah, we could, and then if you do the restrictions on IP addresses or reservations, then you know based on the MAC addresses, stuff like that. You could possibly do the MAC addresses um, create a static endpoint group with MAC addresses for those systems. That could be possibly solution too. Yeah, that's manual a lot. Yeah. Not except profiler. I don't see anything. Okay. Right. And for the host scan, you don't need to have ISE. So no Cisco ISE required. Only the ASA. The host scan is now not being developed anymore, so it's gonna be the replacement for that will be the ISE posture. Obviously, maybe before I go into that, I should tell you why the posture really. Right? So the posture is because we want to check what's on the host before or just after getting access to the network. Right? So we can check here, check PC for compliance. Compliance with our policy, right? Like we can check the hot fixes, operating system, patches, some services running. What else? Files being located somewhere. Sorry. Registry entries, anti-malware solutions, updates, and so on. Right. So all those things we can check. Okay. So the second solution, which is the current one, is to use ISE posture module. Actually, not necessarily ISE posture module, because this one is, again, there are two flavors of that. We can use this full agent and install something, or we can use temporary agent to just run temporarily, check what's going on, and close. And there are old and new solutions. Okay, so old solution is called NAC agent for full agent. It's a separate software. In the temporary agent, old solution is the web agent. We call it web agent. It's not working anymore because it was using ActiveX or Java to run. So none of these are supported anymore. The new solutions are for the full agent, AnyConnect posture module. This is what we're gonna use in our lab today. And the new solution for the temporary agent is called temporal agent. Temporal agent. Okay, so it's not requiring ActiveX nor Java. It's easier to run it without being a local administrator. So we're gonna be focusing on the posture module in AnyConnect. Okay, let's see how it works then. So AnyConnect posture flow. So the use case is we have that guy, remote user this time. So he's going to be creating a VPN or setting up a VPN to ISA. Right. Behind the ASA, we have ISE server, and possibly we have Active Directory like in our lab. So again, we will be checking all that flow from a different points. First off, we have a VPN client, AnyConnect VPN. Right? We set up this VPN to the ASA. So that's the SSL VPN, most likely. And we authenticate over this VPN. The authentication on the ASA should be configured to ISE. Okay, so ISE is the Radius server. So we're gonna authenticate. ISE eventually will check that in the Active Directory and get back to us. So with this authentication, we're gonna use ISE policies. Let me provide the policies we're gonna be touching. Okay, first off, authentication policy. More maybe before that, the policy set. Policy set for a VPN. how we can build the policy set for VPN. The easiest way to do that is to create a group of devices, AAA clients, like VPN gateways, and put our ASA into that group and create this policy set so that if the request coming from the group of VPN gateways, we're gonna use this policy set. Let me show you that. I'm gonna create a network device group. Click add. I will call it VPN gateways. The parent group will be all device types. Okay, so I have it here, VPN gateways. Now I go to network devices and create my ASA as a AAA client, ASA. The IP address of the ASA is 10.10.11, and I will put it into the VPN gateways device type, okay, group. Then I select radius and the key WER. Okay, submit that. Okay, now I can go to my policy sets and create a new policy set for a VPN. Call it VPN, and the condition for that will be network device type must be the VPN gateways. Okay, the default network access. Save it. Okay, and obviously inside this VPN, the authentication policy, the default is pointing to all user ID stores, including the Active Directory. So it should work in my case, right? I'm looking for my user like employee PC or maybe contractor. I'm going to be using contractor here. Contractor 1 is in the Active Directory. So first off, we hit the policy set. In the authentication, we have a default going to the all user ID store or Active Directory, just for short. And in the authorization, we need to have we need to provide two things: redirect URL and redirect access list again. So we can put it in a default as well. Redirect URL and redirect access list. So based on this config, ISE will send authorization and will provide redirect URL, which will be a little bit different. Again, HTTPS to ISE itself, to some port, but action will not be CWA, centralized web authentication, anymore, because we don't want to authenticate this guy again. We want to install on this guy the additional software, which is going to be the posture module to check the posture status of that PC. So the action instead of CWA is CPP. CPP stands for Client Provisioning Portal. Okay. And redirect access list, which also need to be on the ASA. This is not DACL. It's just the name of the access list that must be created on the ASA. So now, when ISA has that redirect URL assigned, any packet from this client, any HTTP packet, I mean, should trigger that redirect. Any HTTP packet, right? So we should be redirected to with HTTP 302 to ISE, blah blah blah, right? And then we are going to open that portal. Now, okay, let me use the different color because that's going to be something different now. We connecting to the CPP, okay, not to the centralized web authentication, to client provisioning portal. So on ISE server, we hit additional policy called client provisioning policy. That's the policy configured on ISE that will tell the client what to deploy, what to install in addition to what already a client has. So for example, this portal will be able or allow the client to download some additional software like this temporal agent, or in this case the full posture module for any connect. Okay. So this provisioning policy has some rules as well. For example, Windows all, okay, should have, and contractors, or maybe let's do this, contractors should have a full posture module. Posture module plus XML file to for configuration, to configure this posture module. Okay, so this process is to download ISE posture module. So after this is when this finished, we should have now two modules for AnyConnect, the VPN module that we already have and had actually, and plus the posture module here. Now, this posture module, its work is to gather some info, but it doesn't know what to gather. So it must first find out, maybe let's use the different color now. It must find out what to gather. So it hits something called a posture policy. The posture policy is built with some checks and requirements. Okay, so it's checking for requirements plus makes decision. Right, so based on the requirements, this posture module will get some information what to gather info like operating system, anti-malware, some file location, right, fixes, and so on. And this is over the special protocols called Swiss. It's a port 8905. 8905. It's a different port. Okay, anyways, but it's going through the tunnel from the client. Okay, but to the ISE server. Okay, so it's making decision. What is the decision? one of two. Might be after the successful posture policy check, it might be compliant or not compliant. Okay? So depending on this policy, on this result of the posture policy and this check, right, we go again through the authorization policy and we check if endpoint equals compliant, and we applying some access list, not DACL. DACL is only on a switch. On the ASA, DACLs are not supported. So based on this entry, there's gonna be radius COA sent back to the ASA with the access list to be provided, to be applied as VPN filter to the here to the tunnel of this client. Okay, so as you can see, we're gonna be touching 1, 2, 3 different policies on ISE server. So first off, I started with already configuring this VPN policy set. Authentication is already pointing to Active Directory. Now the authorization to redirect to the client provisioning portal. Okay, so how to do that? Go into the authorization policy, and in the default, I'll get rid of this deny access. I will click here to create a new authorization profile. I'm gonna name it VPN direct, and that needs to be redirected to the web redirection. See, the CPP is also the web redirection, but instead of CWA, centralized web authentication, I'm going to use client provisioning. See the posture. And then I can choose from here the default client provisioning portal that we have. And the access list name, that's gonna be RACL, let's call it, redirect access list. That must be the access list on the ASA, configured on the ASA. Notice that this is gonna be sent and the action is CPP. Okay, save it and do the VPN redirect. Okay, so I have it done, the red part on the ISE side. Now the client provisioning policy. What I'm going to provision to the client? What software? Is it going to be temporal, some web agent, or the full agent? What will be the configuration of that agent, and so on. So I need to go to the work centers. Under the posture, we have a client provisioning policy. The default client provisioning policy is built like this. Oh, I see the new in 2.7. There is a new option here. Or no, that was my configuration. I was configuring the temporal agent. Okay, let me get rid of that. So that's my. I will disable it. I was just testing something. Okay, so by default, Windows will be pointing to something here, okay, some software, and I need to prepare that software first. In order to prepare that software, we need to go to resources. Now, in order to make that work, I would need to make some changes. Okay, you know what? Let me delete that because that's going to be difficult to understand for you what I'm doing. Let me delete all that stuff. Because there is some previous config that I was using to test something. Also in the resources I have something already. So I need to get rid of some things here. Okay. Something doesn't. Okay. Mac OS, okay, temporal, okay. Okay, so that looks like a default to me. So what we need to have in order to send to the client here in the red, sorry, not red, green. Okay, I'm seeing the colors. Basically, when you take a look at the posture module, okay, the posture module for any connect requires to be installed. So we need to first have any connect package, right? Because the posture module installer is inside the package. Second, we need to have any connect config, that XML file for the posture module. And three, we need to have something called a compliance module. This is the compliance module is a database of the latest and greatest softwares or checks that we can check on the workstation. Because remember, if we have, let's say, anti-malware system, right? We may have anti-malware from Cisco, we can have anti-malware from Symantec, from McAfee, from 100 other vendors. Now, the posture module must know all those vendors and understand their latest products, versions, and all that stuff. Okay, so the posture module itself is basically just a piece of software that will be added to the AnyConnect, but it's using the compliance module, the database of latest product vendors, okay, vendors, products, versions, right, and so on. And this compliance module will be delivered on demand to the posture module. So if we want to be more updated, we download newer compliance module, put it on ISE, and during the check, right, this is the progress bar, one of the steps here will be to check for the compliance module and download the latest compliance module. Okay, that's why we must have a compliance module for our um, our posture module. So how we can get it? We can get it from the Cisco side, the first option, agent resources from Cisco side. Now when ISE has access to the internet, it should show us the list of available software. And see, we have AnyConnect compliance module for OS/OX for Windows, right? We have some older softwares like Mac OS, some Wizards, NUC agents, the old software, and so on. What is important for me now is the AnyConnect compliance module, the latest version for Windows, this one. So I'm gonna select it, and just save. That's gonna download this compliance module and put it here as a resources. Right? That's the first thing. Next thing, based on this, is the AnyConnect package. Unfortunately, I cannot add AnyConnect package by using this option. For some reason, Cisco decided not to allow people to download the package this way. We need to get this package from the local disk. So I'm gonna Cisco provided packages, browse for, not here. Oh, wait a minute, I don't have same story, okay. Okay, give me a second. I need to put a CD into with a package into the drive of my admin PC. Yeah, I had that before, but I changed the admin PC 2 weeks ago. Right, so as you can see, I'm just applying that data store ISO file. Come on. This is the latest AnyConnect. Okay, so we have it here. I have my PKG file. Come on. Stupid thing. Wanted to show you. Okay, this is the PKG file. Open it. I'm gonna upload the file. Remember, the PKG file is exactly the same file that I put normally on the ASA flash. So if I go to my ASA, right, I have AnyConnect Windows 4.8 web deploy PKG. So this is exactly the same thing. It's including all the packages for other modules of AnyConnect. Okay, submit that. Okay, I need to confirm the hashes. have it here. This is the one. So now I need to add the last thing, which is the AnyConnect configuration. Right, so I click Add, create AnyConnect configuration. I select the oh, okay. First off, sorry, I forgot that I need to create some the posture profile first. Okay, plus posture profile. That's actually the XML for a posture module, and AnyConnect config is basically like an umbrella that is binding all those things together. That's going to be AnyConnect config. Like that. Let me get rid of this because that's not exactly right. Come on. Oh, that's exactly right. Posture profile, AnyConnect package, compliance module, and all that stuff is the AnyConnect config. So I need to create a posture config. And the only thing, no, there are some default settings here, so I don't need to really do anything here. But the only one thing that I need to change is this required with asterisk server name rules. I can specify the name to what my posture profile must be able to connect to. So for example, in my case, I should say demo local. That's important for situations when people already have some posture profile on their laptop and they are connecting to our network. So for example, they are using their own posture and they should use our posture. So we need to tell what are the rules to decide to what ISE server the posture client, the posture module should connect to. That's why it should be provided our domain name. Or if you want to connect to everybody, just the asterisk like this. Submit. I have a posture conf. Now I'm adding the AnyConnect configuration. So in the AnyConnect configuration, we are binding all those three together. So first off, AnyConnect package. Now inside the AnyConnect package, we select the compliance module. Okay, I have some older one and the newer one. So obviously the newer is better. So I will select the newer one that I just downloaded a couple of minutes ago. Two options here, ISE posture and VPN selected. And I can specify config for different modules if I want to. Okay. In this case, I want to select only the configuration for ISE posture module. Okay. The VPN leaves the default, everybody else leaves the default, and submit. Okay, now I have it, so I can go to the client provisioning policy and create a role. Let me put a role at the top of that policy. I will say insert new policy above. contractors. Okay, that's gonna be for Windows operating system, Windows all, no conditions, or I can click to create a new condition and specify, for example, this is the old piece of a GUI. Active Directory external groups equals contractors. Then the result will be the AnyConnect configuration that I just created. Done. Okay, see this? That's the rule for client provisioning. So for contractors, if this guy that authenticated as a contractor, he belongs to this group, I want to deliver this software to that guy. And this software, in my case, is the posture module for AnyConnect plus posture module configuration in the XML file plus the compliance module. Save it. Okay, now I need to go and find out my flow again, just to show you where we are. Okay, here we go. So I just configured this green part, client provisioning policy. Right? So hopefully our posture module will be installed, everything will be fine. Now the posture module must be able to gather some information and make a decision. So the posture policy is something that we need to touch. Where is the posture policy? It's under the policy, posture. And by default, we don't have, we have those roles downloaded from Cisco, but they are not enabled. I have 3 rules already enabled just to check something like firewall, application visibility, and anti-malware. Application visibility is to gather information about the applications. So I'm going to show you that a little bit later. So let's disable that. I will just check 2 things, for 2 things. Anti-malware, that's for Windows all with AnyConnect, not the temporal agent, just AnyConnect. Okay, and it's yeah, it's checking. Let's find out if that works first, and then we're gonna be seeing how those individual posture policies entries are built. You ever use application hardware for visibility? No, never done that. Yeah, this application, this one that I just disabled, will show you the applications running. I know that, yeah. We'll do that later. Let's see. Devices. I was using just this application visibility for Windows, this one. Anyways, okay, let's move on. So the posture policy is already here. We have 2 entries selected for check, And what we need to have after successful or after being compliant, we need to have some authorization policy. So we will get a new access list. Okay, so let's go to the policy. And under the VPN and authorization policy, I need to configure entry what happens if I'm compliant. So AD contractors compliant. So Active Directory external groups must be contractors. And the posture status equals compliant. Right? We're gonna add VPN compliant and the access list. That's gonna be the access list for ASA, right? So we need to, that cannot be the DACL, we just provide the access list name. VPN compliant, call it this way. This is filter ID, VPN compliant. Obviously that this access list must be configured on the ASA. Okay. Save it. Now I need to go to the ASA and configure two things. The access list for redirection and the access list for being compliant. So access VPN compliant. That's going to be permit IP any just for short. Access list RACL, redirect access list. That's going to be similar to the WLC, but opposite. So basically in the WLC, what you're permitting wasn't redirected. What you deny was redirected. Here must be opposite. So what you deny is not going to be redirected. So I'm not redirecting ICMP, for example. I'm not redirecting UDP any. So for eventually DNS and DHCP, I'm not redirecting IP from any to host 10.10.3.40, which is my ISE server. And that's it. Permit TCP any equal 80 at the end. Okay, let me change the telnet timeout because I want to be disconnected. Okay, going to the internet PC now. Okay, what do I have here? Show run. Some test. Oh my gosh, what's this? Tractors. Okay, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Let me connect to ISE lab local. Okay, contractors. I'm going to be contractor. Yeah, okay. Authentication is already set to ICE, show run AAA server. Yeah, okay, it should be fine. So let me authenticate as a contractor 1. Okay, that works. If I do show VPN session DB any connect, telling me that, okay, that's the contractor. If I do show VPN session DB detail any connect, it must be detail first, then any connect, not the opposite, because it doesn't work. At the end of this, we have ICE posture redirect URL and a redirect access list. Okay, so we should be redirected now. We'll see. Let me open up the web browser. Do I have a web browser here? I think Microsoft is the only one. Okay. Okay. So the DNS may not work. ICE works, but I think it's locally configured. Okay, so let me just put some IP address. So we should be just to send some HTTP packet out. Okay. See, I have a certificate error because of not knowing certificate. Valid CA. Go to the page. See if I can export the root CA, so that should not give me the error again. Root CA. Install it in the root. Okay, now no other certificate error. Device security check. This is the client provisioning portal. Okay, so redirection works. If I take a look, the status on ICE server now. The contractor authenticated, and it's hitting the default in a VPN, which is gonna be the VPN redirect. Okay, go here, start. Now it's checking if the AnyConnect is installed. This process may not work. See, unable to detect AnyConnect posture agent. Okay, so no posture agent, obviously. There's just an AnyConnect VPN. So this is my first time, and there is some information how we can get the additional posture module. We click that. run, and it says we have 4 minutes to install and check for the compliance. Obviously this time can be changed. Run it. And that's the full client, so it requires us to have the admin rights. See that we are connecting to ISE again. Okay, we are connecting to, okay, that's good. And the ISE posture is being installed from ISE. And we now should have in a second additional module to the AnyConnect. Okay, it started searching for ISE server, found the ISE server and scanning the system. It's finding the ISE server. Oh, there is untrusted server block. Okay, so I need to change the settings. The default settings is here to block connections to untrusted servers. So, I wonder why I have that warning. Certificate is not trusted. I would need to investigate why. Okay, it's checking some requirements. 1 of 3. 3 of 3. And disconnect in progress. Oh, that's not good. The security gateway disconnected us. Okay, why? Maybe we wasn't compliant. Okay, how we can check that? We can go to the operations reports, and under the reports we go to endpoints and users, and there is a posture assessment by endpoint or posture assessment by condition. So I'm going to see that by endpoint. This is my last check for compliance. Okay, I can just that's the Windows agent. Okay, on the internet PC, I can click details. Okay, that's a detailed assessment. And at the bottom here, we have information what was passed, what not. Okay, so I have actually 3 checks, not only 2. I have a kill paint also. The enforcement mandatory passed. Okay, so I don't know why I have been disconnected. The posture status is compliant, but disconnected. Huh. We have COA running on the ASA. dynamic authorization. That's basically the you can see that I'm compliant. Hit the correct authorization. Okay, so I don't know what's happened. Let me try again. I don't need that anymore because now I have that posture already here. Okay, the update eventually. Oh, disconnecting. Okay, that might be the problem with. Wait a second. Internal error. Just terminated. Let me enable that additional check that I had previously enabled. I'm not sure if that's not required. Disconnecting. Yeah, that's yeah, really odd. So we get the dynamic authorization, we get the COA. This is the COA request sent. VPN compliant. Compliant. It might be that maybe I make the mistake in the access list. VPN compliant in. Um, I think I used the wrong IP access list here. The reason. Okay, I'm gonna use uh, the dictionary because ASA may not understand that in, which is more for switches rather than or routers rather than the VPN. That's a Cisco VPN 3000. filter ID. VPN compliant, okay. So I just use the basic radius filter ID dictionary instead of predefined filter ID, because the predefined filter ID is sending the wrong name. Let me show you that again. So here, notice that the filter ID sent was this VPN compliant .in, which is okay in case of switches, for example. If you don't want to use DACL, but you want to apply the access list that is already on the switch, right? You send it this way, then the switch knows that this access list must be applied in the inbound direction. But on ASA will not allow it, most likely. So I can check that again. Not this. Okay, here we go. Now we are compliant and we still have the VPN up. And when I do this, at the end, I don't have the redirect, and the VPN filter applied is this VPN compliant. Okay, so that works. And by the way, what I did in the posture, I enabled one predefined posture policy for application visibility for Windows, which will gather information about applications running on that endpoint. So now when I go to the content visibility for my endpoint, find out my endpoint, which is this one, the second one, 44.1. This is the IP address. When I go into the endpoint, now I have a list of applications under the endpoint. Okay. And that's pretty cool, because now I can use those applications to create some additional posture policy requirements. For example, WordPad. I don't want the WordPad to be running. I can create an application compliance. Obviously for WordPad it doesn't make sense, but this is just an example. An application name, any WordPad version, compliance name, kill WP for Windows. Okay, is it installed or running? Both. Okay, kill the process, not uninstall. For identity group, any. Here. No. Okay, I don't know if that created something or not. Not sure. I did that last time for, I think, for paint. And in the posture, check. I have a kill paint policy. So this policy should kill the paint. So if I have it running, it should be killed. Run paint. Oh my God, it's so slow. Why is MS Paint, you say? Gosh, I'm glad I'm not using Windows every day. Okay. So how about my requirement number 3? Okay, remediation you are attempting cannot be done as you are connected to an untrusted server. Okay, try. Doesn't want my paint to be killed. Sure why. Pretty sure it was working last time when I was testing. Wired. Okay. Not compliant because the paint is still running, cannot be killed. Okay. Okay, just wanted to show you something. I will let you know next week if something working better on that. um, okay. So um, next week I will spend some time also talking about those requirements, how we can build them, and how you can build the policy a little bit more. So maybe like 15-20 minutes on that. And then we move to the next topics, which is the profiler, um, the TrustSec. So I'm going to be configuring TrustSec with um, assignment of SGT to the VPN. And then we're going to be using this SGT on another ASA to protect our data center resources. Yeah, so that's the plan for the next week. And the TACACs. So 3 things basically: profiling, TrustSec, and TACACs. Plus other things if we have time for next week, like TC NAC or RTC, stuff like that. Okay, so that was intense today, I think. So that's it, guys, for today from my side. I hope it was informative and you learned something new. Thank you very much for being with me. And tomorrow I will send a message on Slack asking you to give me information who wants to play with .1x, and yeah, and I will run those switches for you. Okay, stay in touch. Have a great rest of the weekend and see you there in a week. Cheers. Bye.